En un contexto global donde los desafíos trascienden fronteras, América Latina y el Caribe pueden ser una fuerza de cambio y oportunidades. La región es capaz de dar respuestas en áreas que son críticas para el futuro del planeta. La Semana de Conocimiento del Grupo BID es un espacio de encuentro único, donde construiremos puentes entre la frontera global del conocimiento y la región. Además, exploraremos cómo el conocimiento apoya políticas públicas, replicando éxitos y evitando errores. Aprende de expertos de clase mundial, construye redes y forma parte de nuestra comunidad global en desarrollo y efectividad. Regístrate ya.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us. Thank you to those of you connected online. And now I will switch it to English. So most of it will be in English. We have a lot of people around the world, over 30,000 people registered and signed up for this event. So those of you who need the interpretation, once again, you can go pick up a headset.
The IDB Group's 2023 Knowledge Week. I'm Monica Fonseca, climate activist, journalist, and social entrepreneur. And I'm delighted to kick off the IDB Group's 2023 Knowledge Week. This year, we embrace a hybrid format, extending a warm welcome to both in-person and online participants. Online viewers can access interpretation services through our social channels, while in-person attendees have interpretation equipment available. Additionally, I encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to earn digital credentials, providing formal recognition of your valuable participation. Then, without further ado, let's begin. This week, we gather to discuss pressing global development challenges through insightful panels, in-depth discussions, and master classes. It promises to inspire and empower us to tackle the challenges of our time. We'll explore pivotal themes shaping our region's future over the next 5 days. And here's the agenda so we can take a look at what's going to happen on Monday. Impactful financing, led by global leaders and experts who will uncover trends and opportunities for addressing development concerns. Tuesday addresses equity and quality, highlighting the importance of evidence and exchange of lessons learned and scaling social investments. Wednesday's spotlight is a sustainable infrastructure, exploring its essential role in driving economic growth, fostering social inclusion, and ensuring environmental sustainability post-COVID-19 recovery. Thursday shifts our focus to climate change and biodiversity, studying evolving public policies aimed at mitigating climate change impacts, of course, and preserving biodiversity. As we come into the final day, Friday underscores the critical role of culture and incentives in cultivating rigorous knowledge to enhancing the effectiveness of our programs and operations. Now, in this momentous opening of the IDB Group's 2023 Knowledge Week, let's shift our focus to President Ilan Gelfin, who will inaugurate this week with his insightful words. Let's listen attentively to the message he has prepared for us.
Let me welcome you to the IDB Group's 2023 Knowledge Week. I am sorry I can't be with you today. In the 10 months that I have been at the bank, I have conveyed key messages about knowledge at the IDB. First, what matters is at the end is whether our support is having an impact, whether we are effectively delivering concrete results to the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. Knowledge and expertise have a critical role here, from defining successful projects to measuring the results. This is a key message for this week, where we'll be taking a deep dive into the new evidence, data, and lessons learned that lead to economic and social gains on the ground. This message doesn't apply only to the IDB, but also to the policymakers, to the public and private sector, leaders, experts, and civil society representatives from around the world who are joining us over the next 5 days. Knowledge generates the evidence that empowers us to make informed decisions, to design effective interventions, and to learn and teach, sharing lessons from past successes and failures. It allows us to adapt better to changing contexts, it enables us to innovate, and ultimately, it helps us maximize the benefits of our work. This week, we will learn how knowledge can support development effectiveness even better and generate even greater impact. Second, the IDB is not just a bank, it's also a knowledge bank. There's no need to convince this audience of the power of knowledge. And there was no need to convince the people behind the creation of the IDB either. More than 60 years ago, our early leaders identified knowledge as a core part of our mandate, specifically to provide technical assistance for supporting knowledge and capacity building. We continue to advance this mission, knowledge mission, in 3 ways. First, we offer our members technical assistance directly or embedded in our projects. We have the capacity to share our experiences in one country to others, both successful ones as well as unsuccessful examples. Second, we help our partners in the public and private sectors to have access to cutting-edge research and analysis where they confront complex problems. Through our knowledge agenda, we also make a wealth of resources available online to the general public. Bid Academy is our repository for these resources, from our studies to our MOOCs. Third, in many cases, the development challenges confronting our region have no ready solution. Our capacity to work together with the countries to find a solution is critical. Our knowledge creation has helped countries avoid costly errors. For instance, by demonstrating that simply delivering computers to schools is not enough to improve learning outcomes. It has helped our countries use resources effectively to support some of the most vulnerable families by designing and evaluating conditional cash transfer programs. Knowledge is a key component of what we do. From sharing knowledge to scale up new and innovative financial instruments, to generating better data on the work of NDBs, to advance common goals. Maybe it's also the key deliverables of what we do. And so, the IDB is fully committed to expanding our role as a knowledge bank. This week, we will showcase our role as a knowledge bank and explore how can we do it better. We will consider how knowledge supports public policies and investments. We will discuss what's working, what's not working, to become more efficient and impactful. And through this event, we are opening our internal discussions to the world. With our amazing lineup of speakers, our goal is to exchange and disseminate knowledge and innovative solutions. Once again, welcome to our Knowledge Week. I'm looking forward to learning alongside all of you.
In words. Thank you. Yeah. And just as President Ilan said, this year's Knowledge Week is poised to be an extraordinary event, filled with learning, networking, and the exchange of groundbreaking ideas. Today's opening session marks a moment of great significance as we delve into a crucial dialogue on development effectiveness. This visionary conversation will encompass experimentation, innovation, and economics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce a luminary in the field of economics, whose work has not only revolutionized our understanding of global poverty, but has also ushered in innovative solutions across diverse domains. Professor Michael Kremer is a distinguished figure in academia, serving as a university professor and the director of the Development Innovation Lab at University of Chicago. In recognition of his groundbreaking contributions, Professor Kremer was jointly awarded the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economic Science for his pioneering experimental approach to alleviating global poverty. His dedication to innovation transcends conventional boundaries, encompassing pivotal sectors such as education, health, water, finance, and agriculture. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to this year's keynote speaker, the esteemed Nobel Prize laureate, Professor Michael Kremer.
Great. Thanks very much for the introduction. I'm delighted to be here as part of Knowledge Week. We've made a lot of progress in the evidence agenda. There's now considerable evidence on the effect of programs in a variety of different sectors. I'd like to first argue that evaluation should be seen not just as judging policy at the end of a program cycle, but rather as a tool for innovations akin to beta testing. I'll then discuss institutionalizing innovation. When I began doing experiments, I mainly thought of them as a way to understand the causal impact of policies or programs. I now see them as a new way of doing economic research, simultaneously advancing science, policy, and innovation. I'll discuss what I see as 5 key features of the experimental method. The first is being able to isolate causal impact. I do think that's a powerful tool. With correlational evidence, there can be many potential confounders. Field experiments have frequently shown that policies can have very different effects than we believed based on non-experimental correlational evidence. Second, experiments provide economists with a much richer and deeper sense of context, not least by requiring us to spend time in the field. While most empirical economists previously worked with existing data sets, the experimental approach requires researchers to talk to farmers, teachers, students, and small business owners where they live and work. Experiments get us out of the ivory tower. That, in turn, is very useful in generating new hypotheses that come not just from economic theory, but from a much richer source a much richer group of people and a much richer source of experiences. I also think that another key feature of experiments is they involve testing or looking at specific practical problems. Fourth, experiments are inherently collaborative. They require us to work with practitioners and governments and civil society, with teams of survey enumerators, with specialists in other fields like education or health or agriculture. And that allows the ideas and experiences of a much broader set of people to enter economic research. And finally, the modern experimental approach is iterative, both within and across research teams. One experiment might test the impact of a multifaceted program. A second, perhaps with different researchers, might seek to understand which components drive the effects, or test hypotheses regarding the underlying processes at play. A third might examine if the results could be improved with tweaks to program design, or if similar results hold in a somewhat different context. I think all of these features together, I think they can allow experiments to contribute to greater understanding and to develop generalizations, thus to contribute to science. I think they can also help inform policy. What's the impact of a particular program? Is it cost effective? Is it not cost effective? Is it the most cost effective approach to a solution? But what I'd like to emphasize today is not the benefits of this approach for science or for policy, but rather, I think these 5 features make it particularly well suited to a third purpose, which is innovation. Experiments really create an opportunity for more rapid feedback loops. And I think it can allow science and innovation to move forward together in an iterative process. Just as tech companies use A/B tests, and just as pharmaceutical firms use clinical trials to develop new products, I think we can use the experimental approach to develop innovative policies. Ideally, we have a cycle of innovation. Could start with identifying the issues, and that can happen through discussions with stakeholders and through focus groups, working with government ministries, talking to teachers, to farmers. Second step is to identify candidate solutions, and that can perhaps the most important source of that will be discussions with the stakeholders themselves. But then that can be supplemented with literature reviews, identification of what's been done in other contexts internationally, identification of what's been done in other contexts which might not initially seem similar, might be in another sector, for example, but bear important structural similarities. Then once a set of candidate solutions is identified, the policymakers can decide, well, which are some things that we actually want to examine? Maybe it's a set of 3 or 4 different ideas. We can then use the experimental method to test these ideas, to refine solutions, ideally not just to do this in, yes, this worked, or no, this didn't work, but in a way that measures a variety of outcomes along the causal chain, in a way designed to understand about why it's working, about how tweaks might improve the innovation, so there can be refinement of the innovation over time. And then, when an approach, sometimes that will mean just going ahead and scaling things up. Sometimes that will mean, well, this didn't work, but we did see some positive outcomes, and we have a hypothesis of why it wasn't as effective as it might have been, and we're going to try tweaking this and continuing with this step of testing and refinement. Sometimes it might suggest, hey, there's something very fundamental, there's going on that we didn't understand before, and we need to go back to the drawing board. But eventually, there'll be a stage of scale-up. Now, importantly, that's not the end of the process. That's just the beginning of a new cycle. If you think about tech companies, about Microsoft or Google or Amazon, they're running hundreds of A/B tests all the time. They're constantly trying new things to try to make their products better. I think we need that same, maybe that's not the perfect analogy, but I think we need to improve the level of effort that of of efforts to constantly improve for public sector and philanthropic work as well. Let me give an example. It's a well-known example. I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with it. But if we think about something like Progressor, conditional cash transfers, this was a case, this was not just a program evaluation. No, this was an innovative policy that was developed by Santiago Levy and by others in the Mexican government. But this was a government program, but they also brought the sensibilities of a researcher to it, because that was Santiago Levy's background. He arranged for an evaluation to be done. That was done, obviously there was a ton of Mexican government participation in designing the program and thinking about how the evaluation would be done. They also brought in outside researchers, partly for credibility reasons, partly presumably for other reasons. They produced results. The program, partly thanks to those results, the program survived for, although with various modifications, for quite a long time, largely because of the, actually we'll never know exactly how much, but I think in part due to the evaluations, the program not only was useful for Mexico, but it helped inform, it was really a regional and indeed even a global public good, informing policy across the entire region. It also led to a cycle of further refinement and improvements. There were many, many other attempts to modify the program, altering the timing of payments, altering the method of payments, for example, electronic benefits, looking at targeting unconditional versus unconditional grants, looking at explicitly labeling this in various ways. And the program has continued to improve. Again, this is an example where program's had a lot of use of the experimental method, but there are many other programs where we've barely begun to scratch the surface. I think what we need to do going forward is to move from the many cases we now have where evaluations have been used successfully and have contributed both to better scientific understanding, to better policy, but also to develop it to this process of innovation. But try to, this may sound a bit paradoxical, but I guess it's not that paradoxical. It's institutionalizing the process of experimentation and innovation. And I'd like to talk about a few steps that could be done to do that. So this is I'll start off with something, an institution which I helped create and where I've got experience and have done some analysis, which is Development Innovation Ventures at USAID. And by the way, if people are interested in it, this is an open, tiered, evidence-based social innovation fund, and I'll unpack that in a minute. But for people who are interested, if they're interested in applying, there's information on the website, and we welcome applications. Okay, so let me unpack that phrase a bit. This approach is designed to be open across sectors, across countries, open across scaling methods, so open to both commercial scaling, so we are open to and support many social entrepreneurs, but also open to public sector scaling. So there's policy entrepreneurs and researchers who apply. We balance that openness with a tiered approach to funding. So there's small amounts of funding for piloting new ideas. There's somewhat larger amounts for rigorous testing of ideas. But the large-scale funding is reserved to those innovations that have been found to be impactful and cost-effective as part of that testing, whether it's through development innovations or ventures or outside. We've been around for just over about a dozen years. And that means that we're able to take a look at our early portfolio and take a look at what the record was. and look at questions like which innovations scale, try to get some sense of whether this is a good investment overall, and think about implications for the design of social innovation funds, and I should say more broadly about efforts to try to institutionalize this process of experimentation and innovation. So let me share a little bit more information on how the program worked and then on what some of the results were. So I'll focus on how the program worked in its very early days because that's the period we're evaluating. So there was a very small staff and pretty tight procurement rules that really limited the ability for co-creation. So these were really mostly applications coming in from outside without a lot of top-down direction. We had applications coming in from a wide variety of sectors on a wide variety of countries. So there's a very heavy emphasis on peer review. There's no way the staff could have expertise in all these areas. These would be sent out to a combination of different types of reviewers, development economics researchers, but also USAID staff who are familiar with the sector. If there's a solar proposal, we'd send it to USAID staff working on solar energy. If there's a solar proposal in Morocco, it would go to people who are familiar with Morocco as well. We did try to assess the potential for scale, but this was not based, particularly for early stage proposals. We tried to avoid very rigid rules on that. Sometimes I'm used to many application forms that have quite a rigid approach. We put a lot of emphasis on thinking about the cost of the innovation. I'll come back to that. We were quite flexible on the team composition. In some cases, we supported ideas that were proposed by graduate students, for example. We didn't, I think this last bullet point here comes from thinking about experimentation not as accountability and assessment and yes, this is good or no, this is bad, but really thinking about this as part of the process of innovation. We didn't necessarily insist on a requirement of matching funds from the government to demonstrate their interest or having a separate implementer and evaluator. It was sometimes the people who were involved in developing the innovation were involved in the evaluation, but we did ask for quite rigorous methods on this. Happy to return to this topic later on. Okay, I'll skip through these slides pretty quickly, but I just wanted to give you a sense of the range of innovations that we supported. One thing I wanted to note in particular is, there were innovations here from for-profit private firms and from nonprofits, a lot of commercial scaling things as well as public sector scaling things. Okay. Here's some data. Sorry, I've lost this. Are you able to hear me through these other microphones? Great. Here's some information on the number of beneficiaries as of 2020. So this lists the 41 innovations that were supported during those initial few years. You'll see that first thing to notice about this graph is it's extremely skewed distribution. That's very common when it comes to innovations. A small fraction of innovations typically account for the bulk of the impact. And that's true if you're a venture, if you look at citation counts, you see the similar pattern. If you look at the venture capital funds, they expect to make most of their money from a small number of their investments. So in this case, the majority of the innovations reached less than 1 million users. But 9 innovations out of the first 41 reached over 1 million people. I've labeled a few of those. You'll see that I've colored some in red, some in blue. I'll come back to that later. We were able to get estimates of benefits for the ones in red, not for the other ones. We didn't even try for the ones that reached less than 1 million people. Okay, but let me first turn to this question of which innovation scaled. So I'll start with with just breaking this down by award stage. There's a common view that pilots never scale. So let's try to look at that, in terms of the evidence from this portfolio. Obviously, these were all chosen as applications that we thought were worth supporting. So it's not a random sample. We're not getting causal impacts here. But we saw 17% of the stage 1 innovations, of the pilot stage innovations, reached more than 1 million people. 25% of stage 2, and we only supported one stage 3 innovation, and that one scaled. So the pattern does look like there's a higher chance of scaling for more advanced innovations, where we put in greater thresholds on the ability to scale. But let me show you another cut of the data, which is showing the total award value and the number of people reached, and the people reached per dollar. And here you get a very different pattern. The pilot innovations were sufficiently cheaper that the total number of people reached per dollar spent was actually higher through the pilot innovations. That's not during the pilot itself, which typically reached only a small population. That was during the process, that was subsequent as some of these innovations, a minority of them, only 17% of them, transitioned to scale in the sense of reaching more than 1 million users. I don't want to play up this difference so much and say, well, we should only fund pilots. Obviously, we have a sample size of 1 when it comes to the innovations that are transitioning to scale. But rather, the point is, I think we shouldn't exclude those. I think they play a very important role. It's one lesson I would take from this. Okay, what were the other predictors of reaching scale? Well, the first was cost. This at some level wasn't a surprise to me. We went in with the hypothesis that cost would be a very important factor for scaling in low and middle income countries. And indeed, there was a much higher rate of scaling among these were all categorized based on the data available at the application stage. There was a 40% chance of scaling if the unit cost was less than $3, much less than 10% if it was more than that. Here's a corollary, which I don't think we were thinking of at the time, but we noticed as we analyzed the data. A lot of innovators, a lot of social entrepreneurs think about scaling through direct consumer sales. But we find that that's not actually the easiest way to scale. There's a much higher rate of scaling among innovators who proposed scaling through tying to collaboration in some way, either with large businesses or with governments. And this isn't surprising if you think about the first factor, cost. When costs are when you're talking about a very inexpensive product, then customer acquisition costs are going to loom large relative to many of the other costs. So working with a partner that already has established reach can have a tremendous impact. And I think that's worth highlighting here because obviously the Inter-American Development Bank works primarily with governments, which do have this reach. Then the final finding, and obviously as a researcher, perhaps I'm not a neutral party on this, was whether there was an RCT or a researcher involvement. Those are very highly correlated, so it's hard to tell them apart. But that factor also seemed very highly tied with scaling. So it doesn't look, there's sometimes a feeling that research slows things down, that it gets in the way. Instead, we found, more than, almost a 50% scaling rate among things that already had an RCT when they came to us, and, much more like 10% among those that didn't. Why is that? Well, there could be lots of factors. This could be treatment effect or a selection effect. We can't say for sure. But I'd like to throw out a hypothesis, which is if you think about those, how you think about development economics researchers traditionally, it would be, analyzing data sets, staying in their office, not collaborating, not working with, not interacting that much with users. Not things that necessarily make people great innovators. On the other hand, if you think about about experimental work, that puts researchers in a very different position. And I think that builds some of the skills that help them as innovators. In other fields of inquiry, like biotech or like computer science, it's fairly routine to people to move from research to innovation, and or to undertake both simultaneously. And I think maybe we're starting to see that beginning to happen in development economics, but that's obviously speculative. Okay, let me now turn to the question of the benefits. So if you remember, we were only able to quantify the benefits for roughly, I believe, 5 of these 41 innovations. Others, it was hard to put a dollar figure on things, or things had changed. There hadn't been an RCT, or there had been an RCT, but the innovation had changed and adapted over time, which is good, which is part of the process, but in ways that made it very hard to generalize based on that about the benefits per person reached. For that subset where we could, we took the benefits of those 5 innovations and set those not against the cost of those 5 innovations, but rather we set that against the cost of the entire portfolio. And when we did that, what we saw was that out of the $16 million portfolio over the period, the total benefits were 17 times as large. That's when we did the analysis back going up through 2019. If we just project on a straight line basis through 2023, it would be substantially larger. But we haven't gone back and done that, updated the analysis yet. So this is an indication that I think the experimental approach can indeed be a very useful tool for innovation, and that there can be very high social returns to this approach to institutionalizing innovation. This does raise the question of why there are positive social returns when private investors are presumably much more nimble. I think there are many wonderful things about the U.S. government, but nimbleness is not what it's necessarily known for. But I think our hypothesis would be that commercial investors leave arbitrage opportunities for socially motivated investors, where there's low ex-ante expected private returns, but high social returns. And economics tells us something about what those circumstances might be. And I'll just give a few examples. One case is when there are low barriers to entry. So Warren Buffett famously says that when he's investing, he looks for a moat. He wants the company he's investing in to get an advantage and then to be protected against further competition. Well, if you're a private investor, that makes complete sense. If you're a public or socially minded investor and you're invested in, say, a new approach to solar energy, well, if other firms might copy that approach, that's not necessarily, that's not good for your private returns, but it might be very good for the social returns. Another case is when the potential customer for the innovation is the government, or if the innovation is itself a change to a government policy. It's going to be very hard to get big private returns to an innovation like that. So commercial investors won't go there, but the public returns might be very high. Let me see if I can attempt to go backwards a little bit. Okay, I think I'm managing. If you look at this chart, the thing that scaled the most and reached the most users was software for community health workers. This was shown to yield improvements in health outcomes. This was an innovation. This was actually a for-profit firm, but it was selling to philanthropies and to governments. Well, that large number of potential people reached, or people reached, not potential people reached, was from India, in large part from India. Well, the Indian government eventually decided, well, we're going to go with an Indian firm. and to supply these services. So they kept the idea of the innovation, but they switched to a different provider. That's not great from a private, if we were private venture capitalists, we might not be thrilled with this investment. From a social point of view, however, the returns to this were very high. And then the final case would be when the consumer doesn't obtain the full value of the product. For example, an innovation that reduces carbon emissions, say in agriculture. Farmers might not pay very much for better animal feed that reduces methane production from livestock, but that generates benefits for society. Okay. I think if you think about things in these terms, it gives some guidance as to where the experimental method or public support for the experimental method might be, and for innovation might be most valuable. There are many things. If you look at the upper right-hand quadrant, there are many, many innovations that are driven by the private sector because they generate private profits and they generate social benefits. And that's wonderful, and that should be encouraged. And that's, a first-order lesson for economic policy. There are obviously some innovations in the upper left that might generate private profits but not be socially valuable. There's a lot of innovations in the lower left quadrant that just don't work at all and don't generate either commercial benefits or social benefits. But I think if you look at the lower right quadrant, those are areas that would be neglected by private sector investors but could be socially valuable. And that's, two types of innovations there. One, which is innovations which perhaps will never yield private profits, and the other, where there might be some private profits if it works out, but it's just too risky for the private sector to invest ex ante, and some support for that could play a role. Okay. I think this has implications for the design of these funds, but let me leave that for questions. So let me come back to the broader theme. Because we had data on this approach to institutionalizing innovation, I spent a long time talking about open, tiered, evidence-based social innovation funds. The example I talked about was open both to things designed to scale through the private sector and things designed to scale through the public sector. You'll notice that a lot of the things that scaled were not, were indeed through the public sector in some way. And if I think about, U.S. government was interested in being open to both types of innovation, but there's a bunch of different organizations out there, a bunch of different funders out there, a bunch of different institutions, each of which has their own mission. And they're naturally going to have preferences about how things are designed. So another type of innovation I'd like to discuss is government innovation units. I think this is very related, but they're rather than being open across sectors and across scaling methods, they're still open across sectors, but they might be limited to one country if it's a government that's supporting them, and they'd be limited to public sector innovations. A good example of that would be Chile's Office of Experimental Policy. So this was set up initially as part of the budget and finance process, and it's run, but it supports innovations across a range of government policy, from policies on tax administration to policies on caring for orphans. But it brings in both internal researchers from the Chilean government and external researchers, either from within Chile or internationally. And they work together to evaluate government policies in Chile. The person who led that, Ryan Cooper, is now working with Development Innovation Lab, the lab that I lead at the University of Chicago. And we've been in touch with a number of governments across the region which are interested in trying similar approaches. one other aspect, I should say, of Chile's program is that they have a fund available to help support some of these innovations so people can apply for that. Peru has similar setting up an impact evaluation fund. I believe just a few days ago they passed a law that will establish funding for this. Hope I've got that right. I haven't consulted my notes. So those are examples that are run out of some central government agency, like a Ministry of Finance or a President's office. Another approach is also somewhat more focused, which is ministry-led sectoral innovation units. So Peru also has the Minedo Lab, which works within education and has yielded a wealth of rich insights over time and has influenced policy. And we're working with them as well. There's also potential roles at the subnational level when certain policymakers at the subnational level are interested in exploring things. So in Fortaleza, we're talking to them about setting up a Desigual lab to look at issues of equity. We've been working, as I noted, we've been working both on individual evaluations with a number of countries in the region, but also on these institutional partnerships. And ideally, on going beyond partnerships to setting up institutions within the government, either government-wide innovation units or these sectoral or subnational units. I think there's an important role for those as well. I also think that there'll be cases when certain stakeholders are interested in a sector, but perhaps open to crossing countries or thinking about an entire region. So, for example, the Agricultural Technology Adoption Initiative was focused on agricultural technology. Many World Bank trust funds are set up this way, focusing on particular sectors or particular issues. I'm leading a group, a commission on innovation for climate change, food security, and agriculture, which will be looking at both adaptation and mitigation innovations. But if I think about the LAC region, there's many issues that are of particular importance in the region. They're obviously of worldwide importance, but there might be particular, just as if we thought about the case of conditional cash transfers, this was a region with high levels of inequality, but a middle income region with some resources that governments could invest in addressing this. And conditional cash transfers, while it's used in other parts of the world, spread rapidly within the region. Well, you could imagine that there are commonalities and issues and other issues as well, whether that's certain health problems like Zika, or whether that's other issues that are important like crime, and it might be worth thinking about regional initiatives on those as well. Okay, I think there's been a lot of progress in the experimentation and evaluation and knowledge area. As we go forward, I think it's worth trying to be very systematic and thinking about how to institutionalize that process so we move beyond certain sectors where this is, or certain programs where this has been applied very widely. But we open things up so we get a much broader range, and we create a system so that there's, to enable this cycle of innovation, a much closer integration between policymakers and researchers. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Here's your mic, your new mic. Okay. Please, seat number 2. Thank you. Settle in while I present someone very important. Having shared these profound insights, I extend again my gratitude to Professor Kramer. Joining Professor Kremer in this session is an individual whose extensive career spans over 2.5 decades, marked by expertise in health, social protection, evidence-based practices, and meticulous data management within low and middle income countries, with a notable emphasis on the regions of Latin America and the Caribbean. Please join me in extending a gracious welcome to the Executive Advisor to the President of the IDB, Amanda Glassman.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks, Michael. I think sometimes we think it's an oxymoron to say we're going to institutionalize innovation, but what does innovation really mean? It means doing things better, doing them more cost-effectively than the status quo, and I think your examples really speak volumes. We here at the IDB, of course, we have a large public sector portfolio. We work with governments. We lend about $13 billion a year. And then we work in the private sector through our development finance institution and our lab for about half that amount. That said, I think what your discussion around what the role of the public sector is and what the private sector is, and that social benefit is really at the core of all of our work. So thanks for really getting that spot on. I wanted to ask you for your advice, because we don't want to talk about only money in our headlines anymore. We want to talk about results. I love the way you talk about the portfolio of the development innovation ventures. Sometimes we find it hard to compare a labor market program with an infrastructure program. What would you advise us to do as we look to support our clients with knowledge and our own decision making?
So you mentioned the portfolio point. I think, as I noted, one thing that I think is important is to not expect every innovation that you support or every experiment to necessarily yield tremendous results. Part of if you're sincerely trying to innovate, you're going to have some things that turn out not to work, or you'll have other things that work but are for other reasons in a small scale, but are difficult to scale up. But I think one important thing to note is if you get a few successes, that becomes very valuable. Another thing that I mentioned in the talk and would expand on now is that there certainly is going to be sectors or objectives that are important to the policymakers in the country, and it makes sense, or that are important regionally or globally, and it makes sense, and it makes sense to say we're going to focus on those. Sorry, we're going to have some special effort to attract research in those areas, or do experimentation, or look for new policy solutions in those areas. There are also going to be areas that are emerging due to changes in the global economy, changes in technology. For example, I think there are lots of opportunities to apply large language models to government services that could potentially yield very big improvements. So it makes sense to think about potential areas where you're going to actively solicit proposals. But I would suggest keeping things open, because one thing that we've found over and over again, whether it's in my own research or in working in helping lead development innovation ventures, that sometimes some of the things we think are most likely to be effective turn out not to be, and some ideas that we're not actually that optimistic about, but we decide to give a chance, turn out to be some of the best ones. So I think having some open window in addition to the areas of focus makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, many policymakers have their favorite policy or intervention. And sometimes they're going to work, and sometimes they're not. And we should be open to sort of assessing what the real outcomes are here. Let me ask you about your work. You've been doing some work lately on agriculture, on food security, given climate change. Do we have to take a different approach when we think about financing knowledge or evaluation in these areas of climate change and adaptation, pandemic risk, or is it sort of the same approach here as well?
Well, so first, one thing, I'll say within the area that I was discussing, which is experimentation, social experimentation. But maybe I should preface this by saying I don't want to at all give the message that that's the only type of knowledge that's important, or that's the only type of investment in knowledge that's important. If we think about that area, there's a lot of just basic scientific work that has to be done, that's done in labs, that is not, before you get to the stage of trying something out with farmers, you may have to do a lot of lab work before you get to that stage, and that's sometimes expensive and requires investment. There's also other types of knowledge. There'll be macroeconomic implications of climate change, for example, and we need to think about those. But within, but I also think that there are important areas where some of these same principles apply. So, and that's true both on the adaptation side and on the mitigation side. So, one area that I would highlight, I think this may be useful because it shows how various elements would come together. There's a lot, if you think about who's most vulnerable to climate change, one group obviously is island nations that are under real threat, and they are justifiably, people are aware of, increasingly aware of that. But there's another group, which is smallholder farmers, whose livelihoods depend on agriculture, which is very subject to the weather. And they're going to be subject to changing weather patterns, changing pest patterns. One very basic thing is they need information. They won't be able to rely on old assumptions about, for example, when rains have really started or what weather's likely to be. So getting weather forecast information to farmers is something that's been shown to have, it's a classic public good. It's been shown to have tremendous impacts on farmers. There's in terms of increased profits, in terms of changed farmer behavior. There's new technological ways of improving weather forecasts. So there we need other types of research that are not about experiments, but improved prediction models. And there's scientific advances, there's also machine learning advances, data science advances. It's now possible to do some prediction that we couldn't do before. You also need to transmit that to farmers. And there, I think there's a big role. Again, technology is shifting. Farmers now all have phones, and in this region, they'd all have cell phones. Sorry, they'd all have smartphones. So you can deliver, videos. Farmers can do things like take pictures. There are new pests as a result of climate change because the environment for pests is changing. Farmers can take pictures of pests on their phone. That can be analyzed and advice can be given based on the exact conditions in their fields. Things can be customized, they can provide it in a timely manner. So we've done agricultural extension through human beings, and human beings in general, when you're applying technology, they're also very important and they need to be integrated in. But we should add on a digital component to agricultural extension, and we should do much more generation of high quality weather information. I know that in the Caribbean, there's large efforts to improve weather forecasting for emergencies, and that's very important. I think we need, region-wide efforts to improve this, not only for emergencies, but also just for advice to farmers. So but to do that, we'll need to experiment. And one thing that sorry if I'm going on at length about this. I love public goods. But one thing that, this is an area where I've done some research as well as my commission role. And what we found in country after country is ministries of agriculture are very good at coming up with the correct agricultural recommendations. But in terms of conveying that to farmers, sometimes they're using terminology that's not really accessible to the typical farmer. And so it's important to do basic focus groups and human-centered design principles, but then to try things out. And when you are dealing with digital communication, it's actually very easy to get very rapid feedback, to literally do A/B tests, to try different. We worked with one government that had an interactive voice system. This was not in the region, and most farmers didn't have smartphones. And the farmers were not getting, many farmers were not getting through the menu. They didn't, there were dozens of languages, all these different crops, press 1 for this, press 2 for this language. But by analyzing that data, you could identify what were the obstacles, where were farmers dropping out of the system. You could then do A/B tests to improve them. And as usual, some of the things we thought would work didn't work. Some other things had a big impact. But the government was able to incorporate that overall. So I think collaboration across disciplines, between agriculture ministries, agricultural scientists, communications experts, behavioral science experts, that to try out various ideas and improve things can be valuable. And I do think this is also something where very similar issues came up with multiple governments. So this was a regional public good. So I think supporting both the development and rollout of these systems, but continuous efforts to refine and improve them, together with allowing for technological advances, of course, I think could yield tremendous benefits. It's very inexpensive, actually.
And you're talking about using really new sources of data that could be available in real time for testing. You shared with us a couple of examples of embedded labs that governments are putting in place. Do you see them, really focusing on the quality of their administrative data systems, on using that data better?
Yeah, you're raising a good point, and one that I didn't really emphasize enough. Partly I've talked a lot about experimentation, but there's huge advantages to just connecting up the various pieces of data that government have. I've done work in Colombia on education, and we're able, just in terms of, there are many uses of this, but just in terms of evaluation, we could look at programs in secondary education, trace out the results on long-term, on tertiary education, actually on labor market outcomes. Well, you can imagine knowing the impact on labor market outcomes. That's something that policymakers really want. It's possible in Colombia. It's not possible right now in every country. But I was just recently in the Dominican Republic. They've made a lot of progress with their data systems, but they're still working on integrating secondary education, tertiary education, labor market data. But that's exactly the sort of thing where I think the Inter-American Development Bank, along with others, could provide technical assistance to assist with that effort. And I'll note that in addition to being the use to which I mentioned, this can be very helpful in direct application of government programs. I think this is another sort of frontier area which you were asking about before. How can government, we now have incredible data analytic opportunities. Governments have lots of data. Combining the two, they could really improve government service delivery. Crime, for example, that crime tends to be an incredibly concentrated, not just in the bad neighborhood, but on particular corners, not just with, certain disadvantaged groups in general, but with particular individuals. Well, if you can identify early on, imagine you have the data on school absences, for example. You can identify, and the data on transfer programs and on family disruption, on arrests and things like that. You could start to identify the kids who are most at risk and provide extra services to them in ways that might really have an impact on crime or whatever the issue is. But that very fine targeting is enabled by linking up different sources of data.
Yeah. And to do that, we need leaders also who are familiar with these methods. And I think one myth really about this kind of approach, this experimental approach, is that it's expensive, that it's only non-governmental organizations. And that's really not the case anymore. And I think, the examples that you provided show us how it's done. And many of them are in our region, which is great. I'm just checking because I think our time is up, unfortunately. But are there other things that you want to share with us? Michael does an enormous amount of work in education and new technologies. A sort of final wrap-up piece of advice for us?
Well, I would just echo what you just said, which is, I've found that governments in the region are just full of people who are, compared to other places where I've worked, people who are very, very familiar with standards of evidence in the research world, who know how to assess that evidence, who are really willing to look at data. I mean, obviously not every policymaker is like this, but there are many of them, and who are willing to undertake some of these trials. And not just, I don't say willing, that's the wrong expression, who want to. It was just in the Dominican Republic, policymaker after policymaker was saying, going up to the very highest level, were saying that they want to understand the impact of the policies that they're rolling out. And that's, in a situation like that, where the policymakers themselves want to understand the impact, I think there's just tremendous benefits of not only helping helping the bank supporting policymakers to study individual policymakers, but helping them set up systems through government innovation units or through ministry-led efforts to link up the data they have, as you pointed out, and then to systematically try various approaches, and then they can evaluate. In this region, it's possible to do a lot of evaluation pretty inexpensively just by using administrative data. Obviously, depending on the program, you may want to supplement that with survey data, but really a lot can be done with administrative data, particularly in this region.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Professor Kramer, Michael. It's always fun to talk to you and to hear about all of your work on innovation. And Michael is also a serial social entrepreneur himself, right? Because his work has really given birth to so many new products and programs and funding mechanisms. So thank you for all that you've done for our field as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, thank you, Executive Advisor Amanda Glassman,
Thank you.
for this wonderful and powerful conversation. Thank you, Nobel Prize. Okay. Good? Did you enjoy? Fantastic. I like that yeah over there. So this dialogue serves as a powerful reminder of the potential inherent in knowledge, urging us to drive tangible change, shape policies, and transform communities. Before we move forward with today's agenda, let's make a brief intermission for some refreshments. We will reconvene promptly at 11 a.m. For those joining online, I'll see you at 11 a.m. as well. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure you share my excitement to dive back into today's enriching discussions. Before we proceed, let me remind you that we're offering simultaneously interpretation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, both for in-person audience and our online viewers. So please select the language that suits you best. Now picture this: a knight, a lawyer, and two economists strolling into Knowledge Week. Wow, quite intriguing. It's not every day that we have the privilege of hosting such prominent figures, each at the top of their respective fields of investment, impact, evaluation, and research, gathered to explore avenues for promoting development effectiveness. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our distinguished guest, Sir Roland Cohen, President of the Global Steering Group for Impact Investments. I want to know if we have Sir Roland already. He's going to be connected with us. And Marie Gardner, Executive Director for the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, known as 3. Carolina Trivelli, Senior Researcher at the Institute of Peruvian Studies, and steering our discussion, our moderator, Alexandre Meira da Rosa, General Manager of Strategic Planning and Development Effectiveness at the IDB. Let's show our appreciation for our guests.
Okay, can you hear me well? Yes? Great.
Yes.
Fantastic. So, look, as a development bank, development effectiveness is obviously at the very core of what we do. But as we also know as operators in our day-to-day lives, that getting to results is not always a straight line, right? So here, the idea of this panel today is to discuss with you how things like engagement with clients, knowledge generation, and cost-effective allocation of resources might help us in achieve greater development effectiveness. And for that, we have a high-level panel here representing the private sector, academia, think tanks, and also government experience to discuss with us issues like these key elements I just mentioned. And I'd like to start to use to make best use of our time with Sir Ronald, who is joining us from Israel. And Sir Ronald, I want to thank you again for your commitment to join us in these difficult times for the region. To talk a little bit on impact investment and strategies on how impact investment can align capital with development goals and also help in allocation of resources in an effective manner towards to development effectiveness. So, Sir Ronald, what is new in the impact investment industry? And your work you have written and talked a lot about that. What are strategies or instruments and views that you see new in that industry that you could share with us and help to build this vision for a strategy for MDBs?
Thank you, Alexandra, and it's wonderful to be here with you, with Marie, with Carolina, and all of you in the audience and online to talk about this very important subject. The novelty in financial markets, Alexandra, is the arrival of pay-for-success financial instruments. The initial invention of the social impact bond, with which I was privileged to be involved in 2010, has led today to a $1.25 trillion sector of sustainability-linked bonds and loans. And these are basically bonds or loans where the interest payable by a borrowing company falls if the company achieves certain preset environmental or social targets. So for a pharmaceutical company, it might be the penetration of its drugs in vulnerable populations. For a company which is involved in electricity generation, it might be the reduction in its carbon emissions. This change away from just optimizing risk return to optimizing risk return and impact is a very significant change for all of us in this conversation today. The reason is that we've always had the ambition to achieve outcomes. And you were talking yourself, Alexandra, about being able to shorten the line to actually achieving outcomes. And the evidence that we see now in the United Kingdom, where there have been 90 outcomes partnerships so far, is that it costs half as much to deliver services through a pay-for-outcomes partnership as it does by simply paying for it. And it also, very importantly, opens the door to the generation of data as the delivery organizations seek to hit their targets. They generate a huge amount of data about what works and what doesn't work. And that informs political decision-making afterwards about the best ways of achieving development goals or dealing with social issues in more developed countries, or environmental issues as well. And so I think we're on the threshold of a new model now, where, like the Education Outcomes Fund, which I'm also privileged to chair, where we pool commitments to pay for outcomes when they have been achieved. So, say in the area of education, the Education Outcomes Fund aspires to raise $1 billion of commitments and capital from local governments from national governments in Africa and the Middle East, as well as philanthropic and other donors, to pay for the outcomes through contracts that they sign with the delivery organizations, which are themselves funded by impact funds, which provide them with the investment capital to achieve their goals. So we have two programs now, one in Ghana, one in Sierra Leone, about $50 million of outcomes payments, targeting about 300,000 children. And you can see the results coming through. And I believe that this is a very significant innovation in the field. I'll stop there and very happy to go into greater detail in the course of our conversation.
Thank you very much, Sir Ronald, for your perspectives on what we call in the industry here among the MDBs, the results-based lending, and the potential that it offers as well in the impact investing industry. But I also want to shift gears a little bit to now to government. In your experience, Carolina, you as a former minister in Peru had the chance to be not only a policymaker, but I would say a driving force behind the use of evidence and of the importance of development effectiveness in government actions. And I, in my own experience here at the bank, and I'm sure that my colleagues will follow, is that despite the fact that we recognize very much the importance of clients' ownership, the challenge is to make sure that they understand the relevance of development effectiveness for their own policies and benefit, right? So in your experience, what are the elements, the key elements, to enable the involvement of different stakeholders, because at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about, right, in government, into this development effectiveness agenda?
Thank you, Alexandre. Thank you to the bank for the invitation. My pleasure to be here. I think one of the key issues to really move to achieving development effectiveness is to ensure to the public servant, to the politician leading a ministry or an public agency, is to understand that what matters is the final result, and that also if you do your work perfectly, you will not be able to achieve it alone. So you need the others. And then you need to seek for the others. And I think there are 4 elements from my experience that work nicely to allow evidence-based process to achieve development effectiveness. First, you need a plan. And usually, we get this very thorough diagnostics where everybody finally convinced in what is the initial situation. We get a very nice view of the final result we want to achieve, but we don't pay much attention on what's in the middle, how we move from where we are to where we want to be. And having that sort of theory of change with a very diverse participation, it takes forever. It's very time-consuming. It's very difficult because you get into the discussions about who will do what and why you're not doing what you should be doing. But that's key. If you don't have that middle segment well developed, well understood, and with a solid agreement, and that means dealing with actors, understanding their relationships. And that's tough because you don't have the time. So, but that's something very needed. Second, you need leadership, as you were saying. You need a champion that builds the narrative and that calls everybody to get involved in this middle between the diagnostic and the outcome. But that champion, the main role for that champion is to build a coalition with the other actors, to involve the private sector, the academia from your country in that same objective. Because if you don't have a coalition, when you are removed from your position, then all the process goes to zero. So you need really not only the leadership to promote engaging in one action, but building a coalition. The third element is you need very good instruments. And that's why we need good programs, good interventions, the right investments, payment for results, different types of ways of achieving things. But we usually spend too much time thinking about how to make perfect this instrument. And the second question is how we make this instrument work with this second instrument. Because for poverty alleviation, social exclusion, people need several things to happen at the same time if you really want to change the feasible options to engage in a sustained and sustainable way out of that condition. So instruments, yes, we need the best instruments, but what we need to have is sets of instruments, bundle of interventions that go all together, and that we know how to make them work together, and that's pretty difficult. And the fourth element, and I will stop there, is evaluations. And Michael Kramer was telling us about the importance of evaluations, but I would say that we need impact evaluations for sure, and I will end with that, but we need also other types of evaluations. Design evaluations, performance evaluations, ongoing evaluations throughout implementing innovations, through scaling pilots. And those are different types of evaluations, but we need to have them, all of these different evaluations, and all the time, throughout the whole process of any intervention we have. I will finish with this. Impact evaluations are key for sure to learn how to improve the process and how to enhance what we are already achieving, but also to protect this whole process. You know, usually when we get the results of an impact evaluation, we are in the middle of the implementation of this theory of change. We are not already where we want to be. So we need this impact evaluation to ensure us that we have enough evidence to support to keep implementing for a longer time these whatever instruments we're using to achieve the goals in the future.
Well, thank you, Carolina, and that raised to me 2 points. The first, with the risk of being self-centered, I would say that when I hear the 4 key points you raised, right? Having a plan, leadership, knowledge, and etc. I see the importance that institutions like IDB and other MDBs and think tanks as well can play into supporting that leadership, being that intertemporal bridge across governments on important policies, generating knowledge and distribute. That's what we're doing here today in a certain sense, right? And the second point, I think that the importance of knowledge is a great segue actually to the conversation that we want to have with Marie. Marie's work, both in academia and think tank, and she was just telling me here at the IDB as well. She's a former IDBer, therefore forever an IDBer, is to connect and facilitate and foster the use of knowledge in evidence-based decisions for greater development effectiveness. And lately, for some time now, Marie is heading the 3IE initiative. So I will start by asking Marie that you give us a brief overview of what 3IE is and what are your key objectives. And later tell us if you know institutions that manage to prioritize, institutionalize the creation and use of knowledge in project generation, monitoring, and evaluation.
Great, thank you. And thanks to IDB for this invitation. Excellent opportunity to be here as a forever IDBer, as you said. And so, yes, just a quick, very brief intro to 3IE. And it's basically that we are an international NGO dedicated to improving lives in low and middle-income countries, basically by ensuring that decision makers have access to, but also use appropriate, rigorous, and also relevant evidence to inform decisions, inform programs. And during our 15 years, this is our 15th anniversary this year, and during our 15 years of existence, we have done this, you know, in the early days by really contributing to an expanding body of evidence to draw on. So there's much more now than when we started 15 years ago. But also by developing innovations and tools, such as some of you may have heard about our evidence gap maps that were developed by 3IE, producing systematic reviews that draw the body of evidence around impact evaluations on specific topics, and our development evidence portal that now have over 12,000 impact evaluations that are searchable online. And making this body of evidence really accessible and sort of readily digested and ready for decision makers. But we've seen an increasing need to focus on sort of the uptake and also the appropriate use of evidence, however. We don't see this existing evidence sufficiently used. And so there are many barriers to using existing evidence, even when accessible. And so we started a sort of a stock taking of seeing what are institutions like IDB, like FCDO, etc. What are they doing in terms of addressing these barriers? And so we developed iteratively a framework that we're calling TRIPS. It's developed sort of, based on seeing what these organizations are doing, and it stands for, TRIPS stands for training, resources, incentives, processes, and signals. Hopefully can go back into some of what the evaluation of these measures are showing, but typically they work as a whole. And what we're finding is that a holistic approach is required, and you need to sort of really pull on all these levers to ensure appropriate use of evidence. And so a bit back to your questions, Alexander, I think we've seen that a number of organizations are trying a number of things around these different levers. And so, for example, just this week, training, this Knowledge Week in IDB is an example of that. USAID had a learning month, I think it was in May, on resources. For example, recently the NORAD and the Norwegian Aid Cooperation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway actually decided in their national budget for 2023 that it was in fact allowed and expected that you should use evidence to inform aid, and that evaluations were actually okay to use as part of your budget. And this was sort of as opposed to previously where one had to really sort of ask for an exception almost to do evaluation. On incentives, we see that, for example, the World Bank started making packages of existing evidence from their completion reports from existing impact evaluation systematic reviews available ahead of time when TTLs were starting a new project. So that's again, a good measure. And then on the processes, this is where we're seeing the most measures. Mm-hmm. I think IDB is has been very advanced with the development effectiveness framework. We have the Millennium Challenge Corporation that are setting ex-ante cost-benefit measures, so to speak, and expectations of internal rates of return of 14% or something before, as a requirement for approval. And then finally on signals, I think we've heard very clearly, for example, the IDB president setting now signals expectations from the top, and this also trickling down. So all of these are sort of measures taken by a number of organizations. I think back to your question, I think I haven't seen any organization that really truly addresses all of these levers holistically. I think maybe just to say that the closest that and I know this organization slightly less well, at least not from the inside, is the Millennium Challenge Corporation that really has done what you talked about, Carolina, where, really ensuring that different types that you understand the whole project cycle, what are the touch points through that cycle that require evidence, which different types of evidence are those, and then also putting funds aside. 1.5% of their budget is set aside for research and evaluation. And then they're also basically making all of their projects are being evaluated, 40% of them impact evaluations, all of it made public, data made transparently available, scrutinizable. And then, very importantly, MCC has been able to sustain sort of an internal culture and also provide signals from leadership that using evidence throughout is important for development effectiveness. This has been very important. For example, Alicia Phillips Mandeville, Vice President of the Department of Policy and Evaluation at MCC, has very much been signaling this and will actually be joining President Goldfein on Friday, as well as 3IE and a few other organizations, signing a commitment to evidence. So yeah, I think to say there's a lot of promising initiatives, but sort of really this holistic approach is something that I still believe we need to see more of.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Marie, and I think that this is a great wrap up actually to this first set of questions we had, because what we see is that, I would say also two things. The first is that allocations of resources towards development in an effective manner, we have experience that goes across the whole public-private spectrum. This is not a monopoly of public agencies or governments at all. There's a lot on the private sector that are actually pushing the envelope on that area. And the second is essentially what you've called a holistic approach, is that development effectiveness is a multifaceted issue, right? That has many, many dimensions, and that has to be approached from an institution like ours, from the entire project cycle. And the project cycle does not begin necessarily at the project design, right? The project cycle begins also at project selection, at the dialogue with the countries, at selecting those areas and projects where we have a highest probability of having a higher impact at the end of the cycle. But entails, again, as Marie put it very well, the need to generate knowledge and evaluations throughout every single part of the cycle, in a commitment that takes the entire organization. Right? That's why we're starting at SPD a campaign that development effectiveness is everybody's business, right? It's not only SPD or a number of people, or DSP in the case of IDB Invest issue. It's an issue that touches everyone in every part of our work. With that, maybe Maria, taking the benefits that you are, the floor is still yours. What are the barriers that you see? You said that you have not seen any institution that have tackled that entirely, right? So what are the barriers that you see to implement a robust knowledge management and knowledge and evidence application in organizations like ours?
Yeah, so and in some previous hats I've had as well, I've had the opportunity to carry out evaluations of both the World Bank's approach to learning and NORAD's approach to learning, and I'm familiar with other evaluations done over the last 8 years, and I think they're still relevant because there's evidence to show that institutional change takes on average 11 years. So I think eight years is fine. And they are basically come a lot to the same conclusions that, for some of you were around at the time or know about it. The Wappenham's report from 1992 at the World Bank was sort of seminal and basically talked about approval culture crowding out learning. And that is something that still comes out in several of these recent evaluations. And so there seems to still be an inadequate institutional incentives, insufficient and inconsistent signals and role modeling from the top of the organizations, that learning and evidence use are really important. Often, success is often measured by project approvals and disbursements of funds. Not so much by results on the ground, which, by the way, usually happen when staff have moved on. And similarly, sort of quality review and approval meetings, often do not add sufficient value, but sort of have a sense of waving things through. And there's a bit of a ticking the boxes mindset to them. And finally, time and resources for monitoring and evaluation, training and learning from evidence are often not prioritized. So these are some of the findings. And what we've seen is that sort of, for example, if you only do the procedures part, let's say you will require that evidence is used at the entry point when deciding on projects. Well, if you haven't worked on the other, on incentives and for example, and so on, then typically you will see that it's not necessarily the best evidence that is used. It is more sort of the other way around. You're finding the evidence that suits the design you already had in mind. And so So we talked about the TRIPS levers again, and I think on the sort of processes and requirements is where we made the most progress. I think signals is something that we are currently seeing quite a lot of interesting signals from the top of various development institutions, really taking development effectiveness seriously. Not everywhere, but I think increasingly. Where I think the biggest challenges lie are some around training. I think there's a need for more training, not only about how to do impact evaluations or how to do other types of evaluations, but really about asking the questions, like how do I know this? Or how does my senior actually know? Does this person know what they're doing, or am I just copy-pasting a program from previously? Really sort of the questioning mindset and understanding which decision points could be informed by evidence and training around that. Resources, I think there's still insufficient dedication to resources, and it's become sort of, it's not easy to get those resources. It's an additional hurdle. You have to go to trust funds, for example, to get funding. But the most important, the biggest hurdle, I think, is incentives. And that's the one the hardest to touch on. I think the biggest incentive of all is if the market demands excellent knowledge and sharing of best practices, etc. So creating a market for outcomes, in a sense. I've written a paper about this, and really sort of that's what the discussion should be. If the governments, like we talked about, can have that kind of conversations about what is it the government wants to achieve and how do we together achieve it, I think that's going to be a huge incentive for staff in all sorts of development organizations who are intrinsically motivated, by being in organizations that are mission-driven. So that's one. But I have a couple of others that I think are important. You have to make it easy to do the right thing. So rather than having to go to trust funds, etc., to do the right thing and the additional bureaucratic hurdles, can you make it, sort of an expected thing that you get access to funding to do evaluation? Can you make it easier to access existing evidence? A little, again, PR for 3IE. We have this development evidence portal. It is the largest of its kind in the world. It has over 12,000 impact evaluations. It's searchable. It has systematic reviews in there, and so on. But making these kind of tools available, and so on, and then make it easier to free up time potentially for project leads, for managers. And that's partly by looking at the bureaucratic processes of which add value and which are just box ticking. Again, I think it's important. Make it also easier and safe to share lessons. Adapt, pilot, take risks. I think we've heard from several and earlier this morning as well that's not this, that's important to take risks, but is that incentivized sufficiently in our organizations? And then reward staff for learning and knowledge sharing, sort of in promotions, performance reviews, etc. And don't penalize when projects fail, but just penalize if they keep doing, not learning the same lessons. I have a few more lessons, but I'll stop there because I know you.
Could I come in here, Alexander?
Sir Ronald, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to pick up on this question of incentives that Marie highlighted, because I think that is the most important part of our conversation today. For me, making evidence accessible and evaluating impacts are bits of an engine. They're not an engine in themselves. They don't provide the incentives for it. They don't provide an incentive for people to achieve impacts or to do so in the best possible way. They provide very valuable components of an engine. And the engine is results-based funding. When you have results-based funding, it is based on evidence and it is based on evaluation. But you have very big incentives that unite the private sector, the public sector, the academics in the world, and social organizations. They each have a different incentive. The outcomes payer, and Marie, you referred to creating a market for outcomes. To have a market for outcomes, you need to have somebody who's buying them, not just somebody who's achieving them, right? And so if you create an outcomes fund for any issue that we think is crucially important for us, you create a market, precisely that. You even create price discovery in that market by having investors and social sector organizations or businesses that are prepared to try to achieve these outcomes and get paid for it and get remunerated for it if they invested in it. And so the power of results-based funding is that it unites all of the different sectors that we want to motivate through incentives in achieving the goal and getting remunerated for it, and you only get paid if you achieve the outcome. That is a huge discipline for the organizations delivering the services. So government is incentivized because it does it at half the cost of traditional fee for service. Investors are motivated and incentivized because they get both a financial and a social return. The organizations using the investment capital in these outcomes partnerships have contracts that give them a business model, enable them to achieve revenues if they hit targets in education or in any other field. And so when you begin to think in terms of outcomes partnerships, you use the power of evidence and you use the power of evaluation in order to be able to create these incentives to create a marketplace, precisely as Marie described.
So Ronald, taking the opportunity that you have the floor in this very interesting construction you made on showing how results-based funding or results-based lending align those incentives at the different levels across different stakeholders and across different levels. My question to you is that anything that governments or regulatory bodies could do to facilitate and even incentivize these markets, right? In the case of the private results-based lenders or funders?
Sure. I mean, what we found very interesting of the Education Outcomes Fund is that in both Ghana and Sierra Leone, the government said we are prepared to put 15% of the money up for the Outcomes Fund, okay? And they can house the teams that are working on the ground. The evidence that is being generated is open source. They have access to it, so they're very strongly incentivized to get involved. And the Ghanaian government actually said, if you're not going to do this, we're going to do it anyway, because we believe this is the way forward. Now, the biggest thing today that is an obstacle, Alexander, isn't raising the investment capital. I mean, you know that from your own experience as a bank. There's lots of capital in different pots today that would like to achieve impact and a financial return. The difficulty is in putting the outcomes funding together. And that's where government has to play a role if we want to accelerate the increased effectiveness of development. We need governments to say, look, we have entities like US AID and others in the world that are capable of providing grant capital. That grant capital will go in commitments to outcomes funds. because those outcomes funds would prepare tariffs for educating or dealing with the health issues or whatever other social issue we're trying to tackle with specific populations. We may want to pay more for a young woman that gets educated than a young man, for somebody from a village than somebody from the city, from somebody who's disabled than somebody who's able-bodied. We can provide incentives, again, picking up Marie's point, for the organizations delivering the services to do so in the most effective way socially, not just the low-hanging fruit. When you have that expertise and you can sign contracts, it's easy for banks like UBS and impact venture organizations like Bridges Ventures to put together funds that fund these organizations seeking to receive the outcomes payments. So if in this conversation we can create a mechanism where governments are incentivized, begin to understand this, and we can go into the reasons why it hasn't happened faster, because there isn't yet the institutional readiness within government to change to these different ways of commissioning. So we have to incentivize government to go to these new ways of thinking, despite the inertia in the existing system. And the motivation for them should be, it's going to cost me half as much, and the quality of the services delivered are going to be superior, and the evidence is going to be superior, and it's going to help me in policy making, and everything will have been evaluated and audited to the highest professional standard. How we crack this depends on which government is going to take a bold step forward and which issue is going to be a high priority for that government. I'll close just by making a simple opportunity obvious to us all. At the G7, the recent G7, Japan launched a global impact investment health initiative. Let us focus on diabetes and malnutrition. Let us create outcomes funds to pay for improvements in the prevention of diabetes and malnutrition. They affect hundreds of millions of people across the world. Diabetes, about 800 million people, malnutrition, 150 million children. And let us try to get our governments to make allocations to these outcomes funds, supported by international philanthropists and so on. And let us tackle these themes at scale, because we will prove that it is a better way to deliver. It opens the door to innovation instead of prescribing what needs to be done. It costs less and it delivers better outcomes.
Excellent. So Ronald, thank you for those points. And now maybe as we are talking about what governments could do, I'd like to explore more Carolina's experience in your life in government, right? And in what were the lessons you've learned in the obstacles you face, right? In trying to implement this development effectiveness focused policies, let's say, right? In what are the, I think I'm losing my mic here. In what would be the recommendations you'd have for policymakers trying to in the region, especially trying to engage in
yeah, well, there's
direction?
always a tension between what the more politically oriented champions have that what the more technical staff members want. So there's a tension there, and we need to acknowledge that. But I would summarize this in around 6 insights I learned through my past through the public sector. First, the goal, the results must be doable. Because you go and tell the president, we are thinking about implementing this program, and this will reach 100,000 early childhood children. You say, wow, 100,000, that's nothing. I can not do that. Say, no, we need to do it for 100,000 to prove that it can go to scale. They say, well, okay, let's do it. But there's a tension. The policy leader will want big numbers in short terms, and that doesn't work. That's not feasible. So there's a big trap there, and you need to deal with that. Second, it's better if it's not your idea. It's not something that you, as leader of one topic, issue, sector, discover. It's something that someone else already did, and you're bringing to your country, to your sector. We did Cuna Más, Caridad is here, an early childhood development program, and we got the idea from Jamaican experience. They did it in Jamaica. We're bringing and adapting that experience that was highly successful there to the public sector, to the Peruvian context, and to the characteristics of our sector, development and social inclusion. And that was very relevant to protect the program. It's not something that a great mind created within MIDIS, but we're bringing lessons from abroad. And that is a big tension, because if you have political intentions, you want the idea to be yours. But if you're a technician, it's a lot more safer to bring the idea from somewhere else. Third insight, well, evidence, use evidence, and the more international evidence is out there to support your initiative, the better. But you need to have access, and that accessibility is not always that easy for public servants. Fourth, we need to understand that for several public servants, evaluations are a big threat. Because if the evaluation comes out saying that something went wrong, that means that you did wrong, that you misused public money, that you will be in trouble. So we need to deal with that tension, because if we don't change the mindset of what's the role of evaluation, saying that the good thing about finding that something was going wrong is that we will stop spending money in something that is not really bringing any results. So, but that has to be a mindset change in the public sector sphere. Sixth, you need to have interlinked work and coordination. And that sounds pretty easy. Let's agree on how we're going to do it, and let's do it. And you usually get nice agreements at the ministerial level or at the program leader levels. But then what you really need to have is instruments and incentives to allow the planning and budgeting officer from one sector to work in coordination with the planning and budget officer of another sector or of a different governmental level. And that is very difficult. We have very little experience on instruments that really achieve that. And that is the key to have good implementations. And the last one, insight I would like to share, is that evaluations are key, impact evaluations are key, but they need to be external, done by an independent body, and hopefully funded also by, not by the government. Because if it's also the Ministry of Finance that is pulling money to pay for the evaluation, then there's always the suspicion, is within your government, they are being nicer, this is not quite good. So it's tough, because it's easier to move money from the public budget for the evaluation than having the money from the outside, but the impact of that evaluation results will be a lot better and a lot more protective of the process if it's paid independently too.
Excellent, Carolina. As we approach the last mile of our panel, what we saw in this last round of questions were an interesting discussion on how institutions, both on the public side and the private side, can institutionalize development effectiveness, right? And the challenges that we have, the many challenges that we have in doing so. But in Carolina's last intervention, she was telling about the importance of coordination, of intra-government coordination for those objectives to be achieved, right? To have effectiveness as a top priority. I would expand that and say that this is a mandate and a challenge as well on many different levels, right? It requires coordination between MDBs, it requires coordination between governments and the private sector, and that's what I would like to take this few minutes we have left with our panelists to explore. And then I'll pick on your brains, Sir Ronald, and what are the opportunities do you see for impact investors and development organizations like ours to collaborate more effectively to maximize our joint impact?
Thank you, Alexander. I think first of all, we have to recognize that there are changes in financial markets which make it easier for us to attract money from from investors who have a different set of considerations in their decision-making that include both profit and impact. So moving in the impact into the impact area through results-based funding, in particular, in my view, is capable of attracting a lot more funding than we have today within the development sector. Right, like $1.25 trillion of sustainability-linked bonds and loans, dwarfs the $150 billion a year spent by development organizations. It requires different skills, which I think a bank like IDB, working with outcomes funds like the Education Outcomes Funds and perhaps a Diabetes Outcomes Fund and the Malnutrition Outcomes Fund, whatever other social, a Green Transition Outcome Fund, if we can work together to establish these outcomes funds and begin to fund the organizations that can achieve the targets through investment that is based on being paid if the outcomes are achieved, we will shift to a new and more effective model, quite simply. The challenges in the way are, one, governments aren't used to commissioning for outcomes. They're used to putting people in competition for fee-for-service. Commissioning for outcomes, you have to trust people who are going to prepare tariffs within your government that are going to be right and pay according to them. You need a budgetary cycle which enables you to make commitments now for payments over 5, 6, 7, or 10 years instead of just an annual budget. And you need initiatives that lock in the program so that if there is a change of government, the program doesn't stop. And that's another big advantage of outcomes-based funding. The contracts are for 5, 7, 10 years. If we can work together to achieve that, we will help shift the paradigm now to achieve more effectiveness in development.
Thank you, Sir Ronald, and I couldn't agree more with your points. Carolina, I would like to hear your reflections on that. also on how we can coordinate among organizations. But what, as a policymaker, what was the value added that MDBs had for the clients, right? So how we can coordinate better with the clients as well.
Yeah, Alexandre, my experience was very particular because I was in charge of creating a ministry. So I began from scratch. You know, some social programs working here and there, coming together to build, to be working together within one new sector within the government was a major challenge, but it was also a great opportunity to test how our relationship with for example, IDB was really key to help that process. And I think the lesson learned from that experience is that you need an involvement throughout the process, not only coming with the right instrument in one moment or with the right loan for evaluation or for implementation or for technical assistance, but going together with the government through all the process. And that is long, is tedious at some moments, but that is what provides really a solid relationship that allows to take the better advantage of what Development Bank can offer. In the case of IDB and MIDIS, this was maybe a unique case because, you know, MIDIS, the Ministry of Development and Social Inclusion, didn't have any offices at the beginning. And we went to a lot of meetings in the IDB offices, so we called those offices the BDs. So just to ensure that it was a very strong relationship. But the key issue was that what you really need is full support throughout the process. And to really answer the needs that arise at each different moment in the creation of a program, the implementation of an intervention, the design of a new type of program, and that support has to be on time. You don't want to have the Development Bank bringing the best expert in the world 6 months later than when you really need it, because you don't have the time to wait for that. You will make decisions before. And then it won't help. So being there is the only way to really ensure that you can answer on time. And also show, as we need access to good evidence, the policymaker needs to have access to a toolbox that the development banks offer all the time. And knowing that toolbox is key. For example, we use a PBL as a way to ensure that if me or my team was not leading the sector 5 years or 3 years after, the Ministry of Economics and Finance will have all the incentives to ensure that the results that we said in our moment were achieved to obtain the money from the PBL. And that was key to get this sense of sustainability. So knowing the instruments, having all this tool set, and having the support throughout the process, timely, is the key.
Excellent. Carolina, I appreciate particularly your point on the role of PBLs helping this transition. Marie.
It was pretty effective.
Yes, I hope that we have board members around and hearing, listening to that. Marie, we are getting to our last few minutes. What is your recommendations for institutions like ours, you that work with development agencies and several MDBs, to foster this culture of collaboration and learning among ourselves?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think that it's interesting because we talk here about using evidence, but there is very little evidence on what works in institutionalizing evidence. And so I think this is one thing that, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of organizations like IDB, FCDO, NORAD, they're all trying out things. It's all slightly different. All the organizations are also slightly different, but there will be some lessons that can be shared and can be learned. But they should also be rigorously evaluated using the variety of tools that we have at hand. We can do quite rigorous evaluations. And so I think, once we are experimenting in this institutional space, it's incumbent upon us to also evaluate and share those lessons. And so that, I think, is one of the main purposes and objectives of this global evidence commitment that we're launching with President Goldfein and FCDO, NORAD, MCC, and KFW here on Friday. But really sort of, the idea being of holding each other to account, sharing lessons and holding each other to account. I think that's one particularly important area. The other is there is a lot of evidence. There are also a lot of evidence initiatives, and a bit back to what you mentioned, there's a lot of organizations that also do, and funders who actually want to own their own evidence commitments, as opposed to, joining funds in what is already there. So, and at a time when with scarce resources, just multiplying initiatives is not necessarily the best way to go. So coordinating some of this, I think, Ronald also talked about some of that kind of coordination. And then I really liked what you mentioned. I think we keep forgetting that development effectiveness actually happens in the countries. It doesn't happen in IDB. It doesn't happen, I mean, it's supposed to contribute to it, but where it happens is on the ground in the countries. And so, really, how do we have better conversations and ongoing support and dialogue in the countries, and using that whole toolbox? I fully agree. How do we do that better and adapt and learn as we go? Make it easy for team leaders to adapt. Making that easy and default rather than sort of having to go to huge reorganizational bureaucratic steps, etc. And so I think that and really having, finding a way, building up the countries to hold the institutions to account. I think that is one of the things that MCC actually has been quite effective at, is actually telling Congress, please hold us to account to this policy commitment. And they got in CGD to do so as well. So really build up your own accountability system. I think is something I would, think should be important. And then, again, back to the incentives. I really think, and Ronald, I think, Reid as well, I think that this is often the hardest part. Every time you want to fix something, you make a new requirement, a new procedure, and it's not alone, it's not going to work. So daring to take some big steps in terms of incentivizing this changed culture, I think will be, and again, learning how to do that among the MDBs, I think I would recommend strongly.
Excellent. We are already over time, so I won't be able to do justice to all the richness of the conversation that we had here. I just want to, but was extremely valuable, certainly for us, in the moment that we are revisiting our development effectiveness framework, in the moment where we are putting impact as front and center to our new institutional strategy. And for that, I want to thank Carolina, Marie, and Sir Ronald very, very much for your participation. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's extend heartfelt thank you for all our esteemed panelists. Thank you very, very much. Your insights have highlighted a crucial aspect of promoting development effectiveness. It's not just about achieving objectives, but rather the harmonious integration of various components, paving the way for genuine, sustainable, and effective progress. Before we continue today, we're going to have a 30-minute break. And I just received a message, because I know many of you here maybe, and they're online, are asking for their credentials. At the end of the day, we have a QR, and you can get them. No worries about it. We have a lot of demand that you all have your credentials at the end of every single day. Have a light lunch. It's delicious. And I'll see you in 30 minutes here. Same to you. Welcome back. Whether you have been with us since the early hours or are just joining, a warm welcome to you all, and of course to you all here. A very quick reminder that with offering simultaneous interpretation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, both for our in-person audience and our online viewers. So please select the language that suits you best. And thank you very much for all the audience that we have today connected in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese. Now that we are more familiar with the concept of impact and explore various mechanisms for promoting development effectiveness, we're poised for the next informative session where we'll delve into the much anticipated topic of constant adaptation, symbiosis between effectiveness, knowledge, and operations. Leading this discussion is our esteemed moderator, Ana Maria Ibáñez Londoño, Vice President of Sectors and Knowledge at the IDB. She'll be joining by a stellar lineup, including Augusto de la Torre, Professor of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University, Eric Parrado, Chief Economist and General Manager of the Research Department at the IDB, Alessandro Maffioli, Managing Director of the Development Effectiveness Division at IDB Invest, and Ariana Legovini, Director of Development Impact, DIME, at the World Bank. Prepare yourself for an engaging session ahead.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you to all of you here. We are very happy to have you and to start the Knowledge Week today.
Okay.
And the purpose of this panel is precisely to talk about knowledge, to talk about the symbiosis between knowledge and operations in our organizations, in the multilateral development organizations. Here at the IDB, we place high value to knowledge. We believe that is one of the value addeds of the bank, and it's something that we can provide to our countries in the region, which is very important. So we have a distinguished panel, and we are going to create some controversy in this panel to have a very productive discussion. And let me start with the first question. As I mentioned, in all the multilaterals, there is much talk about the need to invest in knowledge. And basically what we mentioned is this is our value added. And our value added consists more on knowledge and less in the low-cost financing we offer and more in the technical solutions that we find. And I would like to ask Ariana if this is true, if really this is our high value added. Because a skeptic could just simply argue that 99% of what governments need to design projects can be found by searching for 3 hours in Google search, now in artificial intelligence tools, or just hiring a couple of consultant experts. And Ariana, I would like to ask you from your point of view and from the point of view of the World Bank, and as a leader of all the efforts to transform the way data and evidence is generated, what do you think about this point of view? Do you think it's true?
Well, Ana Maria, thank you. So my first reaction to the general discussions on Google searches and consultants is that, in fact, no, it is not sufficient. And that also that we have a false dichotomy between implementation of policy and knowledge generation. And many times when we hear people discussing these issues, they take knowledge on one side and implementation on the other, and I think that's really a big mistake that we are all making. What I think is that what we need to be very clearly articulating is our vision, our objectives, knowing where we are trying to go, what is our destination, and then find ways of shedding light into the process through which we are going to get there. Why am I saying this? Most of the things that we deal with in development, most of our challenges and goals are complex goals. They involve thousands of interactions between institutions and people and behavior. And this idea that an expert, or Google for that matter, or any expert would have enough foresight to actually being able to throw light on a path from now into the future, it's just false. It is not possible for any, however brilliant person, to actually determine that path and know what is on that path. And so back to this dichotomy between implementation and knowledge. What I believe is that we have a unique opportunity today to create the capacities within our implementing agencies, within our governments, within also our own institutions, to use what is available to us today as it was never available before, which is a huge amount of digitally generated data and mobile generated data and other sources of data that we can actually use to extract information and value from. So some people say we need to invest in data, but I actually think the real scarcity today is the capacity to extract value from data and then use a very different attitude that we have ever had, what I call kind of the obsolete way of doing development economics, which is basically go by our guts, our theories, and define the path forward, to a disruptive technology for development economics. And disruptive technology is a technology that is cheaper and more effective. And what is that disruptive technology? The disruptive technology is a combination of using data in a very intensive fashion, but also use experimentation and an open mind and a lot of flexibility in the way we implement our programs and policies and figure out which ideas of the many very good ideas people have are working in practice. So it is really a complete change in attitudes and behaviors and culture to open up different ways of implementing programs, recognizing that we do not know everything that we need to know, that Google doesn't know, and that all the evidence that we have out there is super important to clarify in our mind and open up this idea that we can hypothesize, that we can think about how to, but that we do not dismiss idea ex ante. We actually allow ideas to survive until such time that we have an opportunity to test them rigorously and actually figure out what our way forward is.
Ariana, thank you. You mentioned several things that are important. First, this false dichotomy between implementation and what we're doing with knowledge. The second one, which I think is very important, is that data is evidence, but it's not knowledge. So we need people really to distill that knowledge, to systematize it, to compile it, and to have conceptual frameworks and to test it. I want to open the discussion for you as well, if you want, Alessandro, Eric, or Augusto. If you have any follow-up to Ariana's, please feel free to jump in.
Probably I can start. And oftentimes when you have some symptoms and you're feeling some sickness, you go to Google and check where you have something. But again, governments cannot do that. Or probably they can do that and try to do some search in Google and trying to find some answers, hopefully from the IDB or the World Bank. But this is not serious in terms of long-term views or long-term goals. And that's why we are devoted and committed to countries in terms of our development. We have a lot of interaction with countries at the country level, with our country representative, with our country economies, with our regional economic advisors, and we have the local knowledge to combine the policy work with the research.
¿Cómo vas, querido José?
At the same time, we have the expertise of sectoral experts and sectoral economic advisors that can give us some recommendation regarding what are the policy questions, what are the requests of governments and the private sector, and then we can think about the research. So I think it's important to understand that we have Google, that we have AI, but that's not enough because there is no clear commitment. I used to be a consultant, and probably you can find good consultants in the world, but this is just a one-shot task, and it's not long-term, and it's not medium-term. And that's why the difference between a multilateral with knowledge regarding countries and private sector, I think, is going to be key for the future.
Thank you, Eric. I want to move now about knowledge. All our institutions are investing in knowledge, and basically we do it in two ways. One way involves building bridges, and building bridges between the frontier knowledge that is out there, not in the multilateral development banks, but out there, and bringing it to the regions where we work, so that it can help us really solve the problems and the development challenges that the countries are facing. We also invest in knowledge creation, which is what we are talking at the moment. And basically what we want to do is to close the knowledge gaps that we have. And we have very specific questions on development and the countries in which we work that are not necessarily being answered in the outside world, to say it in one way. So regarding knowledge breaches, and I would like to ask to you, Augusto, Augusto is connected right now, something about that. The skeptics claim that this consists only of subsidized consultations. They overlook really the added value that we provide in problem identification and providing the most appropriate experts. And in your experience, Augusto, do we indeed add value in building knowledge bridges? And when I mention knowledge bridges, again, is to bring the experts and the knowledge frontier from the external institutions to the regions where we work.
Well, thank you. I hope that you can hear me well and that the technology is working well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Good. So let me start by being controversial. I think that our institutions pay a lot of lip service to knowledge, but actually they don't put the resources, the energy, and the money where the mouth is. I've seen, in fact, a certain tendency for a deterioration in the quality, in the quantity, in the availability of the knowledge bank compared to what we preach. And I honestly want to speak a little bit to that possibility. including to the question you asked about whether consultants are enough. So let me start by saying first, I think we need to do much more intellectual work in understanding the heterogeneity of knowledge. We use knowledge as if it was a homogeneous concept, but the fact is that there are very different categories of knowledge. Let me mention three that I think to our institutions that are very different in nature in many respects. First, you have this fundamental research type knowledge, the one that Eric and his team tend to do, which live more in the world of academia, hardcore research, publications, etc., etc. And that's a field that has an integrity in itself, in its own production function, in its own evaluation systems, in its own ambitions. Then there's a type of knowledge that I think in our institutions is super important and kind of undervalued, which I call, well, Bill Maloney and I call in a paper we wrote, we call the practitioner knowledge. That's the knowledge of these people that have a certain know-how on how to get things done. I'm thinking, for instance, the engineer that's an expert on sewer systems, the person that knows how to put together a good electricity network, both in the distribution and in the production and the transmission side. Or the very bank supervisor. These are practitioners that have an embedded knowledge of a unique kind and that do not necessarily talk to the researcher. They, in fact, have a different type of objecting function, a different way of evaluating themselves, different communities of knowledge, and they don't write research papers, but their knowledge is super important. And then there's perhaps a third type of sphere of knowledge, which I think has to do with policy. Policy is something that has its own integrity. It's a special type of knowledge. It's not necessarily the same as practitioner knowledge, and it is very far sometimes from a tremendous item in this knowledge space. And I don't think we have developed and integrate these spheres of knowledge. So that's the first point I want to make. Second, to do that, you have to have in-house expertise. The idea that our institutions can be just brokering firms for consultants, I think it's a very misguided idea. Even to put together a good consultant team, you need to have inside expertise. To maintain continuity in the policy dialogue with countries, you need to have in-house expertise. And I'm afraid we're losing in-house expertise in certain fundamental fields. And we can talk about them. So for me, consulting brokerage is one kind of second derivative of a knowledge bank. And third one, I think we have been invaded by knowledge packagers, what I call knowledge packagers. People that think that knowledge is all about the TikTok or the short video or the tweeting channels. And they take over our institutions. So I feel that our discussion is still not at the right level. It's muddled. It's too generalistic. And in the process, I think we are actually losing terrain in this knowledge field. I noticed, for instance, the global practices in the World Bank. Global practices in the World Bank are a little bit lost. They want to have deep sector knowledge, but they don't know what to do with a great practitioner. They don't know how to fit a practitioner with a loan operation. They tend to be dismissive of fundamental knowledge in the research department. The research department tends to be dismissive of practitioner knowledge or policy knowledge, and we haven't figured out exactly how to bring this together. That's why in the paper that we wrote with Bill Maloney, we spoke of the huge importance in the knowledge bank of what we call the hinges. These are unique people that have embedded knowledge and that can move with certain facility in the three spheres of knowledge. They can talk to the researchers, they know their quirkiness, the way they speak, their concepts, their conferences, their goals. They can talk to the practitioners and bring the best out of them in the policy dialogue, and they have some sense of policy. These are unique personalities that our human resources departments should cater to. But in the end of the day, I think that our institutions are still lending institutions, and they, in that process, are not fully accepting of the value that knowledge brings. And I think we're far from that task.
Thank you very much, Augusto, for all your insightful thoughts. I want to just bring two ideas that you mentioned that are important. One is that the multilateral development banks are not consultant brokers, as they are not just generating knowledge, and knowledge per se is not, data per se is not necessarily valuable if somebody is not analyzing and using well that data. And at the same time, we're not also consultant brokers. To do that, to bring the knowledge to the region, we really need to understand what we're doing. And that doesn't happen in a vacuum. The second one that is very important is that we need to work together as a system in which where we integrate what you mentioned is the hinges, and in our case, what we mentioned is the building bridges and the creating knowledge together to work as a whole and as a system. Otherwise, it's not going to work well. I'm going to move now to knowledge generation, Eric. And I want you, as a chief economist of the bank, to talk about a little bit the critique that says that multilaterals are not universities. And the second, investment in knowledge creation should not be a responsibility. What is your take on that?
Sure. Probably that's not a critique, it's a fact, and it's good that we are different from universities. The generation of knowledge, the dissemination of knowledge, of course, is quite different from a university. And the main reason are policy. Our research is based on policy questions that governments, that ministries, central banks, the private sector have constantly, and we're trying to help them with research. And that research have policy implications. And it's very important, for instance, when we hire people and we go to the academic job market, we tell them the objective in the Inter-American Development Bank is different from an econ department. It's quite different. Sometimes they think the tax of being a professor in an econ department is teaching. And here I'm saying this is not a tax, but you should like policy because this is the bread and butter of a multilateral like the IDB. And this doesn't mean that you compromise quality in terms of our research. It means that you can do research with a policy question, with a policy problem. And let me give you an example in terms of that we are not sacrificing the quality and quantity of research. Between this year and the following year, we're expecting 8 publications in the top 5 economic journals. 8. This is a tremendous achievement and probably comparable to the quantity and quality of publications of many top 20 econ departments in the US. So at the same time that we are producing this research based on policy and with policy implications, we are also producing top-level research. And that's the thing, and that's the objective that we have at the Inter-American Development Bank. So in some way, we're pushing the frontiers to produce this research, but with the most pressing research questions coming from policy problems.
Thank you, Erika. I leave with also 2 messages that are important. We are different from universities, and that's a fact. And it's because we are focusing on policy, but this doesn't compromise the quality that we have. And you mentioned something that is important, which is knowledge management, including resource management. And I would like to turn now to Alessandro and to Ariana, exactly the same question. And I would like to talk about the challenges in knowledge management, which is something that is more invisible in what we do, but extremely important for our knowledge work to work. And one thing that is important is how to measure the impact of our knowledge investments. What are your thoughts on the impact debate? For example, What impacts should we be estimating? Is it technically feasible to measure impact, or should we just carefully monitor how we invest? And remember that we are talking about knowledge investment, not necessarily impact evaluation. And I think that's important because we are having this debate right now at the bank, at the IDB, on how we are going to measure the impact of the knowledge work that we do. So I'll turn to you, Alessandro, and then Ariana, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. This is a great panel. Very happy to be here. And this is the destiny of anybody as the tag of evaluators, because it describes something very complex. It's not only academic, it's not only knowledge production, it's intertwined with operation. And then the question comes, how do you measure these things? Which is extremely difficult. So I will try to give an ironic attempt to say something in different dimensions I think we should look at. And also, I'm very glad this question is asked in a context where in a way, we're not debating if this is a must-have or nice-to-have, because I sometimes you feel also in the beginning of the conversation, sometimes there's still this feeling, is this knowledge production and management nice to have for a multilateral, or is something we need to have? And I think that from what I heard in the previous panel here, this is really something that we need to do. So the question is not much should we do it, but how we do it in the most effective way so that we use well our resources. So I will start from what Eric says. So what is the objective of producing knowledge in an NDB? The objective is the same as our mandate to produce benefit, social, economic, and environmental benefit for the people we serve in the region. And we do that being an investment bank or a development bank. We do that in the way knowledge also affects the way we finance policy of the government we serve, design and finance policy, or the private sector we interact with finance investment. So in a way, there can be a direct way, but it's always mediated through how we steer decision in allocating resources towards certain interventions. So if that is the end goal, then I ask myself, how do we get there? So the first thing I would say, okay, how do we work on the input? So not only measuring the resources we put into that, but the targeting. Are we using the resources to target the relevant questions? And in the sectors that are important, where there's a deep development gap, and where we either lack evidence or we need evidence to prove the certain type of intervention to tackle those challenges, like gender gap. What are the root causes? Is that implicit bias? Is lack of resources? What is that is impeding women to have access to the resources they need to succeed? No? And in fact, Goldin, she won a Nobel Prize because she started asking a very relevant question in an area where there were not much evidence. So the first thing I would say, let's try to measure and be careful in how we target and make sure that these resources are aligned with strategic priority and that become a little bit endogenous, because who defines this priority? How do we know what something is important? That comes from researcher well. And I think that also the interaction with academia and the business and people on the ground, policymaker is super important. Then another level is knowledge leads to some sort of knowledge product. And here we just say that this, Augusto said, it's not all formalized. There is implicit, there is knowledge implicitly embedded in the people, knowledge, things that they know. But at least the thing that we then use for decision, and going back to Eric's point, they need to ensure some quality. So I think the worst thing we can do is to make a decision on piece of knowledge that's not rigorous in the way it's defined, analyzed, and produced. And this is very dangerous because, of course, in previous panel was discussed, all the incentive that float around when decisions need to be taken, decision makers don't like to be told, this didn't work very well, so they're going to look for evidence to try to support the decision they made. So it is very important for me also to safeguard the integrity of the knowledge we produce and the way we use it to have some external validation, expert validation. So I do like the fact that some of our piece of knowledge is published, peer-reviewed, and scrutinized from that point of view. I think that is healthy, because in a way, if they're going to use that for decision is important. So another measure you can use is a typical, I was once asked to evaluate the impact of research funding by certain countries. You can use bibliometric measure how this contribute to a certain number of citations, how contribute to close knowledge gap, the role that a piece of research, a researcher or a research group play in contributing to that, to the knowledge through this kind of indicators, building networks of researcher, inclusive network researcher. Are we, through our research, making maybe more women be included in research in Latin America and Caribbean? It's something that we are achieving through the publication we are producing. And then, so these are kind of the output level of the research. And then we get to the holy grail of the question, so are we having influence on decision? Are we shaping the way we design investment intervention? And that is something that, again, it is challenging because we need to look at, if you want to be very trivial, we can look, okay, is this research cited, used, mentioned in policy documents that would at least be easy to look for it. But we need probably more than that. We need to really start to evaluate also how people act on knowledge, how they use it, how they make decisions, the type of conversation they have in the way they make decisions. And again, be very careful that this can be used for just to validate, and that concerns me a lot. And one thing I think is super important was discussed this morning is also how timely is knowledge being produced. I feel that if we need to start to measure ourselves also in terms of, is this the evidence, the evidence available, or the needed research available for decision maker at the right time? So when they start designing a project, even if it's not maybe rigorous in its own term, maybe it's not a full-fledged impact evaluation, randomized control trial, but something that help in a timely manner with all the clear statement of what is this quality to make decisions. Finally, the final proof, okay, we make decision, we decide to scale up something because we had a piece of knowledge, we decide to expand something with a piece of knowledge. Is that thing working? Is that investment really working, producing the impact we want? And we go back to the original objective. This is an integral part of the way we deliver social, economic, and environmental benefits to the people in Latin America and Caribbean. So we need to go back and say, okay, we inform our policy-making design, our investment strategy, our selection of clients and projects. Through this knowledge, did we achieve better results in time and higher impact? I will stop here.
Thank you, Alessandro. So I leave with many dimensions that you mentioned about what we should maybe try to measure when we are measuring the impact of our knowledge. It's external validation, timeliness, which is something that is important, relevance, external validation, quality, and the last one is influence on decision-making, which is very difficult to measure. When we're talking about academic work, we can measure that more easily. But when we are doing the policy knowledge that we do, as Eric mentioned, maybe it's much more difficult to measure how we have influence on decisions. I turn now to Ariana to answer the same question from your point of view, Ariana.
Well, Ana Maria, you asked for a little controversy, so perhaps we can start with a little controversial point, which is a basic point that often we cannot measure the impact of knowledge products. We can look at trends and kind of understand influence, but kind of assigning causality for a knowledge product is often difficult. There are exceptions, however. So I'm going to start with 2009, the first countrywide randomized controlled trial on malaria and the distribution of medicines to facilities. This was the case of the Zambia. And because we randomly assigned different way of distributing medicines across the country, we actually had causal evidence on the existing distribution system versus two alternative systems. And we know with causal evidence that during the trial alone, we saved 4,000 children. Not during the scale-up, just during the trial. Now, multi-arm randomized controlled trials allow you a freedom that you don't often have in any other knowledge product, which is actually to see the effectiveness of the status quo versus the effectiveness of the innovation, and actually assign causality regarding the value of the knowledge you generate. Now, when you track whether or not that information is then incorporated into policy, you can make quite interesting conclusions about the value of your knowledge. But let me backtrack a bit and say this. Do we expect that last mile of influence, yes or no? And I would posit, again, for the sake of controversy, that in most cases, that last mile is poorly developed. The last mile, I mean, do we actually consider carefully how the evidence generated by our knowledge will actually be incorporated into policy? And the answer most often is no. And I will posit that knowledge product, even identical papers or identical findings, may have completely and widely different impacts on the bottom line. And the bottom line is the effectiveness of the policies and programs we're trying to influence. And so the question is, what makes the difference? To me, the difference is made not by the outcome of that research, but by the process through which that research was generated and that knowledge was put into practice. And what is that? For me, from when I started this group, more than 15 years ago now, the idea was we don't want to generate knowledge for others. We want to create capacities in government to co-generate knowledge, providing all of our support to a process through which governments agree and embrace, in fact, embrace the process of generating evidence that is homegrown and informs their decisions. They are in the driving seat of defining what knowledge we generate with them, are asked to participate from the very beginning, not at the end of a process, but from the very beginning, and put their effort and even their resources to change the way they implement their programs so that they can develop knowledge that is theirs to apply to their own context. Now, this local knowledge, of course, has huge spillovers and obviously helps us build a global knowledge agenda. But now, how do we use that global knowledge? Do we just throw it down the throat of other countries? And I think the answer is no. We use it to stimulate and interest people to think about solutions that others have found for themselves, and then push them to think for themselves. What is the things that they need to find out within their context to actually advance the policy agenda? Now, what is the impact of knowledge then? Well, if we engage in the right process, and if we worry about that last mile, then the impact of knowledge will be incredible. Now, I will close by saying that we need to worry about that quality of that knowledge. And not all knowledge is equal under the sun. So, for example, we have invested enormously in everything that has to do with transparency and accountability in knowledge generation. And in fact, at DIME, we have developed protocols for reproducibility of our own research, because when we come up with a solution that tells the government to use that distribution system of pharmaceuticals, we better know with the highest of our comfort that we are actually going to save many more children. I've been known to say that bad evaluation is worse than no evaluation at all, because it gives us the wrong comfort that we're actually taking right decisions when we have very little basis. And so when we look at the impact of knowledge, not only we have to make sure that it's credible, but that we put all of our effort to ensure that every piece of advice we provide to governments actually stand on its own feet. So no, I don't believe that any evaluation or any type of research is equivalent, that we need to worry about the process, we need to worry about the quality, and need to really make sure that the advice we give is well-founded, because knowledge, this word knowledge, is actually very difficult. Do we actually ever know anything with 100% certainty? And mostly the answer is no. So we have to make our best effort to build on that knowledge through scientific inquiry and do our best is all we can be accountable for.
Thank you, Ariana. You mentioned very important points, and I would like to build on one, which is the importance of the process of knowledge generation. And there it's where I think our value added is so important, no? Because the process through which we generate knowledge is through dialogues with the countries, building technical capacity within the countries, and discussing with the countries what can be the best investments that we can do, the best policies, and helping them regulate design policies and regulations. So that's a very important piece of our work that is more difficult to measure or almost impossible to measure, but where we provide an important value added. And that's going to be very difficult to measure, no? And so in establishing causality there, I agree with you, it's practically impossible. So you're putting the point on something that is very important. I'm going to ask another question about knowledge management, and Eric, you mentioned that, and I would like to touch upon that because it's very important. It's human resources. Because throughout this discussion, what has been becoming evident is that we cannot do knowledge without human resources, and that human resources is really what brings to the table the knowledge, not everything what we have discussed so far. So how do we recruit professionals to do knowledge generations? Of course, we need to have professionals that have experience and train them to make them experts in project design and implementation in those areas. And Augusto rightly mentioned that that is very important as well for what we do. And there is a lot of knowledge in this type of work as well. But is really this sufficient for a knowledge bank? Or do we really need to have people that are closest to the knowledge frontier and whose contribution would advance cutting-edge knowledge, which is something additional that we are discussing? Or are we just going to have the first type of staff and just outsource the knowledge, the frontier knowledge that we need? This is a question to all the panelists, because I think this is a very important question, but then I will start with Eric, Augusto, Alessandro, and then Ariana, okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Ana Maria, for that question, because it's really, really important. And if we're going to talk about human resources, probably I can talk about my own experience when I was hired by the IDB. When the headhunter called me, and this is, I'm going to say this publicly for the first time, he told me that he was looking for a chief economist. And I said, you know what? I really love research, but also like policy. And I'm not sure if I'm the right fit for that position. And he said, no, you know what? We're looking for that guy. We are looking for that person who can combine research and policy at the same time. Okay, if this is the case, I can apply. So I got the job. And the thing is that I'm telling that experience because in my previous life, I used to be the chairman of the Banking Regulatory Agency in Chile. And we have many tasks to do, many information, a lot of data. And we have a very, very unique data that was unique in the world. 6 disaggregated data on credit markets, deposits, payments, and so on. It was the first country to have that type of data. Then other countries came after us. The thing in that data, it says something very simple, that women are better paying than men all the time, in all types of credits. But despite that, interest rates charged to women were much higher than men. How come? And I said, is this a simple bias, or this is a discrimination case? So I arrived to the IDB with this idea, and then what we did is that we hire actors and actresses with the same socioeconomic characteristics to apply for a credit. This is in Chile. And we found out that there is discrimination against women in credit markets. And not because they are paying interest rates, that was different, but because of access. 18% of women don't have access to credit markets with the same risk as men. If you take the math regarding the impact on loans on women, it was about $12 billion, which is huge for Chile. And if you can do this exercise for other countries, probably you're going to find the same. And this motivates us with the social sector to create the Gender and Diversity Lab here, when we do call for papers every quarter to try to find the right assessments and the right policy recommendations. So this is like, I like, Ariana, what you say in terms of the process. This is a process, and there is commitment. This is long-term. It's not just one shot. So there is a strong commitment to merge policy and research at the same time, and we have several examples on that. And regarding hiring, we take it super seriously. We have a program which is called Research Fellows, and probably there are some research fellows here in our audience, or they're in internet connecting to us. And we are trying to find the best economists in our region to invite them to work for us for 1.5 years, 2 years. And then we train them to prepare for a PhD in economics. And these guys now are in all Latin America, working for the best universities and also working for governments. So in that sense, there is a virtuous circle in terms of the training and the hiring process. And in addition to that, for our economists, we go to the job market every year to find the right people to work for us. And again, there is a clear commitment in terms of being serious doing research, but at the same time, these people love doing policy at the same time. So we're trying to find the right balance between research and policy again.
Perfect. I then now turn to Augusto, Alessandro, and Ariana. The same question.
Well, thank you. So I think your question was focused on human resources, and so I'll save some ideas for later on. But on human resources, my sense is that we need a little bit of tweaking in our systems now. Knowledge requires a balance between specialization and versatility.
Augusto, we are not hearing you well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
now yes.
Okay, let's hope. Tell me if it doesn't work, because I don't want to waste your time. So what I was saying is that our human resource policies need to be tweaked to take into account the balance that we need to strike between specialization and versatility. Our institutions have moved to a very rigorous and almost automatic mobility system, which I think may be not providing sufficient attention to this balance. Some people have to move because we want versatile people, kind of people that can do everything. And we may want to have a fine-tune our human resource policies to just understand that some people are good at some specialization, then they may want to have a career without much mobility by staying there. Specialization geographically, specialization in content side. And I think that our human resources need to have more systems of rewards for the knowledge actors. I think we're still tilted in favor of rewarding more heavily the loan officers, project the people that lend up the rewards, the recognition that we have for different types of knowledges. I have sometimes the feeling that, particularly that the strong practitioner knowledge, which is very strong in our institutions, doesn't give sufficient recognition and attention. So I think human resources, in terms of motivating, developing our resources, need to some tweaking. And finally, I want to repeat what I said before. The hinges are particularly important. These are characters, like Eric or like Ariana, that can move in more than one knowledge community comfortably. And these are very valuable type resources in our institutions. They are not trained in universities.
Augusto, I'm sorry,
Some of the
we
talents
are
are
losing you again.
be able to. I'm sorry. I just. Do you want me to stop here now? Maybe continue.
Because we are losing you? No, go ahead. We will tell you if it's not working.
I was just finishing with a thought that our human resources department is, I'm repeating, should cultivate what I call the hinges. These people like Eric or like Ariane that move comfortably in more than one knowledge community, practitioner, policymaker, researcher, and can bring the institution together to get all the externalities and good features of knowledge. The reason why we're talking about the difficulty in measuring, the difficulty in following, it's because it is a field full of externalities. And as everything with externalities, it's hard to see. The influences come in many, many, many ways.
Thank you very much. Now, Alessandro and then Ariana.
Thank you. No, thinking about this question, the word come up to me is team. So I work at the IDB Invest, which is a private sector arm of the IDB group. So what we do is extremely complex because we are working with private sector clients, structuring at times sophisticated financial transaction to support their investment so they can have an impact on social and economic and environmental benefits for the people. So that requires to set up that type of investment and to learn from it. It's required being able to address a complexity that one person alone cannot deal with. So for me, it's always been important when I think about my team, which is the Development Effectiveness team, is the team that is supposed to support us, the learning from the operational experience of the organization. I need a variety of profile. And all of them needs to be able to deal with knowledge production, absorption, and dissemination to clients, and in a way also being able to talk the language of who is structuring transactions. So you can have part of my team maybe are more with let's say, a research background, can really perform impact evaluation by themselves in partnership maybe also with the research department. We did that in the past. Other, they understand how to do it and they can do it, but they also can help in better having a conversation with an investment officer that have more a financial background, have more the understanding of what is also the challenge of the clients in certain elements. So I think for me, the point there is to not creating categories of unique category. This is the knowledge person that help us to deal with the frontier. This is the other person. This is the operational one. But try to identify profiles that can, in a way, open the dialogue and work with both. And at times when we need it, maybe sometimes some of them that are really much more focused on the research side, or maybe a little bit more focused on the operational side, and then them working together. That for me is the formula. It's like building a team. You need somebody to be a goalkeeper, midfielder, and defender. But all of them needs to more or less know how to defend and score a goal. So I think that is the balance we are looking in terms of being in our team. And this, I think, is difficult. It's more difficult than hiring people in academia or hiring people in an investment bank, because the type of profile you're looking for, either specialized or mixed, is more complex.
Ariana.
I feel development economics was the forlorn science for a long time. And the first time I opened a position for a research economist, I got, with experience, with experiments in the field, I got 3 applications. Today, I get 3,000 applications. We compete on the academic market. We get the top candidates. And it is an embarrassment of riches. People, researchers who have been done the impossible during their PhDs, literally. I mean, today, these young people move mountains during their PhDs. I don't even know how they do it. And we get people coming into our institutions who are the best of the best. They're bright, they're creative, they're technically superior, they're amazing. I would say they come in and they can make a difference. They need to be brought into that process that they may not be familiar with. But they are specialized, high-quality resources. And we need to recognize that they're very specialized, and we should use them for what they can contribute best. To me, today, my team is not a team of just PhD economists. This is how it was born, how Time was born, with a lot of PhD economists who were trying to be a jack of all trades because we needed to get stuff done. But today, I have a team of data analysts, data scientists, even software engineers. I have program managers and field coordinators and a whole specialized set of services delivering these field experiments on the ground. Why? Because it makes sense. It does. Research has to move out of piecemeal, where one researcher does it all. That person cannot do a good job. There is no way. It is, again, level of complexity in delivery. It's very kind of operational in nature. You wouldn't want an operation to be run by one person, do it all. So, but I want to point to a couple of things. The first is that when we go to the market, we don't find all the people that we want, because we have an intake into a PhD programs that is kind of by definition elitist. Not everybody makes it to the best universities. And so the question is, we as institutions, we are actually not price takers, we're price givers, meaning that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to make a difference on how academia works and the intake of students, high potential students. And so I like the fellowships. We have fellowships that are awarded on the basis of merit, but to people who need that helping hand to create the connections and the research experience to then apply to PhD programs or even have better jobs afterwards. That there is a process through which we need to think together how to shift that market in the direction of people who have really high potential can become the best of the best if they just get a helping hand and a way of moving forward. So this is really, really relevant. And it's relevant for women, it's relevant for minorities, it's relevant for different parts of the world where the top universities are not at their fingertips. And so we need to work together to actually transform the way this profession grows. Why? Because the experience of all these people, it is not just equity, but it's also for good purpose to bring in different ways of thinking and different ways of researching and different experiences from different parts of the world for us to really be as good as we want to be in development economics.
Thank you very much, Ariana. We have 4 minutes and a half, so I'm going to ask a question, 1 minute response, okay? What do you think we should do differently in our institutions to really improve this symbiosis between knowledge and project implementation? Just one thing, each of you, 1 minute, and then I close. Let's start with Eric, and then we finish with Ariana.
Okay, the list is long.
No, but just 1 minute.
Yes, but I'm going to choose one because there are incentives, evaluations, but probably one of the most important one is collaboration. I think this is important to have good relationships with other departments, for instance, within the Inter-American Development Bank. And so far, it has worked very, very good. We have, for instance, our flagship, which is the Development in the Americas. And we have produced really, really good research on several topics, including infrastructure, trade, trust, debt. But one of the most, I would say, exemplary books that we have produced is the one on inefficiency of public spending, or efficiency of public spending. In that research, we found out that 4.4% of GDP is inefficient in terms of public spending in our region. But this was a joint collaboration with the fiscal sector division of our bank. And the collaboration was impactful in terms of research, but more importantly, was impactful in terms of our operations. We influenced 26 operations in 15 countries with a lending power of almost $6 billion. So this is just a perfect example of collaboration and how you can integrate research and policy and operations at the same time.
Thank you, Eric. Sorry to cut you off,
Yes,
but
yes.
we have just little time. Alessandro?
So I would say, first, I think there's still some work to do on the culture of learning. This was said before. I think that one thing we need to establish is that it's okay to fail, but it's not okay to not learn from what goes wrong. That is something I think that is how we created this incentive for people taking risk, but really be committed to, we're going to learn from our operational experience, we're going to use this learning to do things better and to help others, decision-maker, policy-maker, investor, doing things better. Second, I would like the point of I think it's related to the process. How do we make this knowledge available in a timely manner for decision makers? How do we make sure that this evidence or somebody who knows about the evidence is present when the decisions are made to complement those decisions and help? Obviously, cooperation, I think, among DFI and IDBs to build more external validity of the evidence we have, make sure that we work together. We intervene in countries with simultaneous intervention. They're very related. We don't know anything about the simultaneous effect or the joint effect of this intervention working together. I think that is something we should do better.
Thank you, Augusto. And then I want Ariana to close, and then I give some brief remarks.
Two thoughts. One, at a macro level, impact may turn into influence. One way to assess whether we're part of the knowledge creation and dissemination and discussion is to ask ourselves, is the IDB part of the big discussions in the region on trade, on taxation, on pensions, on education reform, on inflation targeting? Well, that's important for us to think carefully. So influence in the big debates is important, in my opinion. Second, portfolio approach. Knowledge is one of the services that our institution provides together with investment operations, policy operations, technical assistance, etc. We need to look at the joint effect of a portfolio approach in our country to see whether we're getting right the synergies. The best stories I have heard from countries are when they tell us that particular World Bank intervention or IDB intervention that included alone technical assistance and continuous policy dialogue was the best. Look at the joint effect of portfolio effect of our services.
Thank you. Ariana.
So first I should say I'm pretty much in heaven right now. My president has not just struck a deal with the IDB for a strong collaboration. It has also clarified our path forward in terms of destination, a world free of poverty on a livable planet. And this is the first time in our history which the World Bank has committed to its governors to include impact evaluation systematically in all of its global challenge programs. This is a unique opportunity, and also put resources behind it. Because we forget sometimes that knowledge is not financed by any means close to how we finance our operations, with many fewer zeros, I would say. But this is a huge opportunity. Global challenge programs will involve not only the World Bank, but the IFC and MIGA in the delivery of something that goes beyond anyone's dream, to be able to address challenges that are of global nature. And again, global challenges that are complex and difficult to achieve. And the way we are going to be working with these global programs is by rationalizing preparation, through batch preparation of projects, thinking together, multi-country, multi-phase, having an iterative strategy embedded into those programs to learn together and much faster how to get better at what we do. I think this is a nice recipe. I don't want to add right now to it, but I look forward to working with the IDB on this and with many others, because global challenges are global and very, very difficult for us to tackle, and we need to work together to get really better at this.
Thank you, Aryana. Indeed, we need to work together, and hopefully we continue working with the World Bank and with a strong collaboration. Now I would like to close. I think this panel leaves many important messages. Knowledge is not something abstract, as you have seen in the panel. It's something very tangible and very important that our institutions provide, and it's our value added. The process through which we do knowledge is important as well, and this leaves capacity in our countries and helps our countries make better decisions, the countries that we serve. Human resources are at the core of what we do, and it's complex profiles. It's not the traditional research academic profiles, but we need a wide array of profiles to do knowledge and to put it to the hands of our countries, and we need recognition, we need incentives, and we need training to really make a difference, as Aryana said. So thank you very much, all of you, for a great panel, and thank you very much for the panelists for a great and rich discussion.
Welcome back, everyone. We had an incredible, productive early afternoon, and trust me, the best is yet to come. Special thanks to our viewers online that have been connected with us through all the day. In this session, we have the pleasure of being led by Carlos Escartesini, leader of the Development Research Group of the Behavioral Economics Groups at the IDB. He will be taking us on an in-depth exploration of rigorous research and the compelling incentives that drive impactful knowledge creation. Joining him on this informative panel are experts: Annie Duflo, Executive Director for Innovations for Poverty Action at the International Growth Center; Nila Saldana, Y-Rise Executive Director at Yale University; and Claudia Martinez, economics-led specialist at the IDB. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to this formidable team of experts.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Thanks a lot for all of you to be here. Everybody who is online, it's a tremendous pleasure for me to be sitting here, with this very successful group of professionals, and I'm sure that we are going to have a very interesting session. We are continuing with the topic of the day, which has been development effectiveness, how we make sure that countries can implement the best public policies out there, and how can we, from the development community, make sure that, that the policies are well implemented, are well designed, and well evaluated, and that's going to be part of the event today. So, you heard a little bit of introduction. Let me give you just two more details, that probably will be important for the session. Starting with Annie, I was surprised that the Wall Street Journal said, on a headline, activist Annie Duflo uses data and incentives to fight global poverty. I'm sure about everything else. I'm not sure about the activist part, but that's something that you can tell us. One interesting fact about Nila among the many is that, unlike many of us, she didn't start as an economist. No, she went through the through the route of business schools and multinational corporations, etc., to join us here today, which is a fantastic journey. I'm sure that is going to influence some of the things that we are going to be talking today. And then, Claudia, we were just talking that, we poached her from the region, and unfortunately we are part of the brain drain from the region. But it's great having her here because of her experience doing research. And particularly, she's currently the president of the Chilean Society of Economics. I'm sure that some of the things that we talk today you may bring also to Chile and try to influence academics over there. So let's start. Let's start with the first question, which is going to be why are impact evaluations important? We heard Professor Kremer. I will not get into that. So I will go to the first question, which is. And I'm going to go with Nila. Again, she was in the business world. She has a PhD in marketing, okay? But now, she's directing Y-Rise at Yale, trying to scale up impact evaluation. So the first question is, why are impact evaluations important? But also through your journeys, how did you get to care about this? Coming from the I will not, comment on that, but from the private sector, let's call it that way.
Yeah, well, I think I have one of the weirdest CVs in development. I say I'm unemployable because I started out in sales and marketing in the private sector with Nestle and Unilever, and then now, head up a center on innovation and scale at Yale. So, what's the link between that? But I will say, so we've heard all of the reason I got into a PhD actually was many of the reasons we've heard today about impact evaluations. I had worked for about 8 years out of business school, and I was very frustrated by the lack of rigor and evidence in marketing. Marketing is a very ambiguous, it's one of those that in the last panel the professor spoke about sort of practitioner knowledge. It's one of those things where there's a lot of tacit knowledge and experience, and I thought this can't be it. The sum of our knowledge can't just be what I've experienced or what I've heard anecdotally from someone else. There must be something more to this, how we can systematically unpack the drivers of consumer behavior. And that's how I sort of got interested in a PhD in marketing. And the basis for that was sort of uncovering those insights. The basis for that is running experiments. And that's sort of the common link between all my work, which is when you take something that's very abstract and you want to make something systematic out of it, then you've got to put it to the test. right? Otherwise, you're just talking, my opinion, your opinion. There's no real way we can arrive at any decision or even move forward and synthesize it. So I just want to say one extra thing that I learned, which I think is the process of doing those impact evaluations or running experiments. So we've heard why impact evaluations are important. I will say it forces a certain discipline of thinking. You are forced to make hypotheses. You can't say, oh, we'll see what happens. You're forced to put those hypotheses to the test. You're forced to come up with a very uncomfortable thing when your hypotheses don't quite turn out the way that you did. But that forces you to think about, we are all optimistic. We don't want to say, oh, we just failed. We want to say, okay, what happened that we can avoid this in future? So it really forces learning, I think. And I find it very hard now to see that there would be a field of learning and knowledge generation in which some sort of impact evaluation is not an integral part of it. So that, whether it's marketing, if you want to be a better marketer, and Google runs like 10,000 A/B tests, Booking.com runs 25,000 in a year, it's hard in this world now to be effective if you're not doing some sort of, whether it's A/B testing, whether it's field experiments, whether it's other forms of impact evaluation, just doing that.
Thank you, thank you. We are going to go back to this issue of Google and the tech companies, because I think it's a fascinating challenge for us. But talking about doing impact evaluations, clearly IPA is a big player in this in this field. So if you could tell us why do you think that it's important? What is IPA doing for reducing global poverty? And if you have any interesting examples for this audience.
Great. Yeah, I think of 3 ways to simplify that impact evaluations can lead to change and impact. And maybe I'll give you an example of each, in lieu of talking about what IP is doing. So the first way is when evidence from an impact evaluation leads to the scale-up or the adoption of an evidence-based program. So one example that I was personally involved in, more than 10 years ago, I started working with the Ministry of Education in Ghana to adapt and test, in this new context, evidence from India about the impact of targeting instruction at the child's level. So it's the idea of using teacher assistants or teachers to ensure that the children who lag behind can catch up. Long story short, the evaluation showed positive results. The approach is now being scaled in Ghana to 10,000 schools. It was integrated into their framework and budgeted for as part of a fund that's funded by the World Bank. Now, this was not a straight line, right? This was a long, over 10-year iterative process where IPA, together with the Ministry of Education, engaged in a research and technical assistance partnership. So that's one pathway. Another pathway for evidence to lead to change is when evidence informs the development of policies. In Kenya, for example, the IPA team has been part of a number of education forums together with Ministry of Education officials. And because we knew that the development of a teacher education policy was a priority for the government, we used these forums to share rigorous evidence about this topic. And we shared 5 elements which were shown to lead to improved learning outcomes. And these elements, some of them at least, have been incorporated into the draft policy that's now being presented to the cabinet. Now, of course, it remains to be seen whether this will lead to actual impacts on the ground, but policy change is, of course, a really important process. And the third pathway for impact from evidence is when evidence informs global debates and informs our understanding of people and of poverty. And I think a good example that we're probably all familiar with is cash transfers, especially unconditional cash transfers. Right? Evidence really helped debunk myths about cash transfers, that, for example, that they're useless and that people will use it to, to drink. And this evidence, in turn, has then led to millions of philanthropic dollars and government resources targeted to this kind of programs, which were really important during COVID in particular.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Annie. So we clearly, I will move to the next topic, because we clearly, have, learned enough to know that, impact evaluations are important. One of the criticisms sometimes that we receive is that, we end up evaluating, what we can evaluate, which is, we go where the light is, instead of trying to really evaluate the things that are important or the policies that are important. So maybe, and I know, and I sometimes make fun of some of my colleagues that, for example, now we have like 25 papers exploiting, the mayoral races in Brazil. Okay, so we are all, trying to find that discontinuity, et cetera, and we write and write, which may be interesting, but I wonder about the allocation of time. So I'm going to go with Claudia, with this not so easy question, is that how should we think about how to, select the projects that we need to evaluate?
So I think it's a tough balance between what is interesting and what can be done. And interesting comes from, I think, two dimensions. One is the technical question, the academic question, or the paper that you might want to publish. But it's also interesting comes from the policy point of view. What is the government interested? What are the last mile issues that need to be solved? What is, maybe there's something that has been done in other contexts, and maybe in this context might work or might not work. So I think both angles are important. At the same time, I think we shouldn't be evaluating, doing randomized control trials of everything. I think sometimes the projects are not mature enough to be beneficiary, or that will benefit from an impact evaluation. And that balance also depends on how expensive it is to do an evaluation. So if you have administrative data, I think the case for doing an impact evaluation is much stronger than if you have to spend millions of dollars collecting data. And I also think that is important, the policy view, how much space do you have to actually implement the changes that the evaluation must shed light on.
Excellent. Probably a question that any of you can take, Annie and Nila, is the following. So on the one hand, we don't want to be doing the same evaluation every time. No, it's it's when do we stop? On the other hand, we need to replicate. And we need to invest more in replication. So how do we manage that trade-off, between so, for example, conditional cash transfers, there are plenty of evaluations of conditional cash transfers. So on the one hand, when do we stop? And on the other hand, should we keep doing it? So, we make sure, that the results that we are getting from some of these evaluations are valid, and have external validity all across the world. I don't know if any of you want to take any of this.
I think it comes down to what Claudia said about the value of the information, right? And the value of that. And, when I was a manager in the private sector, I'd go to my director and say, we want to run a survey. And they would be, is this need to know, necessary to know information, or nice to know information? How would this information be used to make the decision? And I think first that's the frame that we have to put, right? How would we use this information to make the decision? Now, what we might just say is a replication, and I think this is actually research with IDB, which showed that local policymakers actually prioritize the local, right? They prioritize external validity over internal validity, whereas researchers prioritize method and sample. If we take that finding, then replications become quite important, not just because, we're replicating the same. They're not that important maybe for the researchers because it's we've established the method and the sample, but they're really important to drive the decision sometimes because policymakers want evidence that this works in their context. They might also be useful in cases where elements of context need to be sort of ironed out, right? It's really important. But it comes down to what is the value of that, right? If I'm just doing a replication for something quite small, where if I didn't do it, there wouldn't be so much of of an issue, then yes, maybe that's not that valid. But if it's a large program, if it is something that the policymaker would only move forward on with that kind of evidence, if it's clear that if I do this, that action would be taken, then it becomes much more valuable. So I don't know if there is a 0, 100 of replications are not valuable or replications are valuable, and I'm talking only in the policy context. There's an enormous sort of scientific value to replications as well that I'm not even touching on. I'm just talking about it's been done in, in 5 countries, and now should it be done in the country that you want to do it in. So I think it depends on the value of the information. It depends on the cost benefit. What is the cost of the replication and what are you going to get out of it? But also on factors like, will it help to take action? Will it help the policymaker take some action?
Anything?
I would add that replications are not always pure replications, right? So you usually answer new questions or disentangle questions that were being asked in the initial study where you could not necessarily come to conclusions. So just to give you an example, I think that illustrates this as well as Nila's really important point that that it's really important for policymakers to have local evidence, not only local, but evidence that they were involved in generating, right? This is really about ownership of this process. So in Zambia, a team of IP-affiliated researchers found that home-based growth charts led to huge reductions in stunting among malnourished children, because it allowed parents to monitor their child growth against standards. So really strong results, but this was done in a pilot manner. This was really a proof of concept, right? That said, the government was interested, and we made an effort, even during this proof of concept, to engage with the ministry because we knew that stunting was a priority for them. So we are now working with the Ministry of Health to evaluate an at-scale version of this approach as implemented through the government, right? So this answers new questions that build on the first one. Will this work in other contexts? Will this work outside of the specific season in which this was evaluated? Will this work in urban and rural areas? And will this work when implemented through the governments? And they're also adding a new question on top, which is what happens when you complement this approach with a nutritional supplement? Right? So new questions, same questions, adding the government ownership to this.
Totally. And clearly, some of the most important and interesting impact evaluations we do are those that are carried out with governments. No? So clearly when we do it, we are evaluating an actual policy in a real scenario. We tend to build local capacity. We increase the chances of sustainable effects, that this is going to remain over time and so on. Having said that, I can tell you dozens of nightmare stories about working with governments, and then there is turnover, and the officials are not there anymore, or they don't want to do it, or they want to do something different, etc. So, and I'm going to go with you, Nila, again, particularly because I saw a tweet that you had about, management of the project, the importance of management of the project, that sometimes, particularly we, the researchers, don't put, as much effort, or we don't value the management of the project so much. So, given that you feel strongly about it, I'm going to let you talk about it.
Yeah, well, obviously, I think, management is a very underrated sort of skill, right? And we think that we're all great managers, but, it's not always true. There's a skill to sort of deciding what to delegate. There's a skill to coaching a team. There's a skill to not being able to do it yourself and to get others to do it. So there's, in setting the vision, taking others with you, communicating persuasively. These are all sort of, skills that we can all get good at. Some of us are instinctively better at one thing than the other, but I think the core is that it's a skill like any other that we can get better at. And I do want to make this, sometimes people say, well, we don't have enough budget for management or for a manager. And I want to, and maybe this is something to think about, which is using management as leverage rather than actually, if you have too many managers on a project, the project doesn't work that well, right? So for example, in the case of the NORM project, the masks project that we did with IPA, it was a large trial in Bangladesh to see whether during COVID-19, whether you could get an uptake in community masking and whether that led to a decrease in COVID. The answer was yes on both fronts. it went very quickly into implementation. And the reason that it did, I think, was that there wasn't a lot, compared to the funding for the project that was required because you're collecting blood samples, et cetera, there wasn't a lot on management. It was consistent. So at the beginning of the project, the donor said, we're going to put in some money for policy and outreach and management. That's not often the way that we have donors talk about a project, because they'll often say, we'll pay for the research, and then depending on what happens, we'll think about policy and outreach. And that's exactly the wrong time to think about it, because then you're sort of scrambling about whether the timing is right and how to reach these results. So I would say it's less a question of how many people or how much resources you put on a project, as much as having consistent resources. And I did some of that policy and outreach during the project. And for the first 3 months, there wasn't much for me to do on the project because the researchers were collecting research. And it was really important that the project is not run by the manager. It's still run by the PIs and the researchers. You have to maintain research integrity. But then, because I could understand what they were doing and I could understand what they were trying to get at, I could start to think about, okay, what are the managerial implications of this project? So you might have a point where the manager, the project management team is very lean in the beginning, but they're always there, so they understand what research is doing, what questions policymakers are asking. And then as research results start to come up, is that then by that time they have had enough of that sort of seasoning on the project to really think about, well, how do we frame these results? But it's equally important that it's a little different from the private sector in that you still have to have research integrity. So even when we were going back to answer policymaker questions, we would go back to the PIs and say, can we say this? This is not me saying, oh, Pepsi makes you whatever. I just can't make a claim, right? I have to make a much more careful claim here, even as a manager. So you do need managers who understand research integrity, who understand accurate conclusions, but can also think of ways to frame it in the way that the policymaker needs to understand it. So the key point here I want to say is that management is about leverage. And it's not about how many resources, but it's about having a consistent resource through the project so that at the right time, that resource can then act.
Let me ask you a follow-up to that. Should we worry about creating a parallel bureaucracy to the government and sometimes even better pay than the bureaucrats themselves? How do we...
And that's exactly if you think about it as, we need to have 5 researchers, so we need to have 5 managers on this project, right? I think that's where if you start very lean and you say, no, we're just going to have this person on and the other point I do want to make is it helps if it's someone more senior. When you're first starting out to think about these questions, because that's exactly it. You don't want to create that parallel bureaucracy. You want to understand where's the value that I can add, what's the value that the government can add or that the policymaker can add, who there can do that role. So for example, on the NORM project, one of the things in sort of taking it from research to policy is providing the next step. So it's not enough to say these are the research questions. You need to, and this was something I got from my consulting days, you need to say, and this is exactly what you should do, and here's the stimulus materials, and here's the program, and here's it translated into your language, so that that gap between intent and action is reduced, right? It's like, oh, very interesting research, what do I do now? You need someone to say, here's the toolkit, just think about it, make the changes, we've done the default version for you, do it. So I don't think I agree with you that if you do it in a way where you're just saying, I'm going to put a 1:1, you'll end up with a bureaucracy, which you don't want. So that's why it requires, I think, some thinking to say, what are those points of leverage? What is the 1 or 2 things that this person or this manager can do or this resource? And who is the rest of the team? So you've got to think of the whole project team and not about we have 5 managers and they have 5 and it's going to become 10.
That's a very good point. So Claudia, clearly you have been working with the government, one of the most stable and professionals in the region, but is there any magic solution when engaging with governments for making sure that the projects work?
No, I think you have to go, with the government and with any partner, with a lot of patience and thinking that things might fail, and many of them are going to fail. But I think what I've learned is that first, the government officials are doing many things. So you can't go and do too many things with them at the same time. So like one evaluation at the time at most, like not try to do too many things or make too many treatment arms in the same experiment, like better doing something like more slowly, but at more solid at the same time. Secondly, like you really have to be there all the way. You have to be in every meeting, you have to meet with them many times, and this might take years. So it's very costly. I think like having a great team, as Mina was saying, it is very important, because if you as a PI have more than one project, it's difficult to be in all the meetings. So you need some people that might help you, and they have to understand the whole project, and they have to act as a bridge such that they will come up with questions and you can answer, and you can go to the most important meetings and not the other ones, because otherwise it becomes too difficult. Many times you need the support from people higher up, because you're going to enter in some difficulties for sure, and you need some backup. And I think you also need to be like super clear, like painfully clear at the beginning of what the randomization entails. Because at the beginning they might say, yeah, I'm open, I want to randomize, but when you go to the point that they have to leave someone out of the intervention, that's when things might not work. So I think you have to be super clear about it, and provide examples and have the discussion. I mean, it's an interesting discussion and super important discussion whether you can randomize or not, because you can't always randomize. Like there are ethical issues why you shouldn't randomize at some points. Maybe there aren't waiting lists, maybe there isn't excess demand, and maybe they're going all the way in, so you can't randomize the phase in. So sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't randomize. So you have to have the discussion like super clear, and let them know that there are risks, and we should acknowledge them, but that we think that we can handle them, and we can handle them together. And I think it's the most successful stories that I had is when the team, the implementing team, the government is super interested in the evaluation, and even though we of course have to keep separated the implementation from the evaluation, we act as a team. And when you manage to do that, it's very useful. And I think this is controversial as well, but in my experience, it's important when the government and also the NGO kind of provide some funding for the evaluation. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. A lot of the time, they're not going to have a lot of money, but they have to get something. It's a way to be invested. Like if they put money on the table, it's more likely that they're actually going to go all the way through. And I would say the last thing is that it's very important, given that the impact evaluations might take a long time, years, it's very important to think that you need intermediate products such that you will keep them engaged, and they will have something to show, and they will have something to learn in the process. It's unrealistic, and I think it's not good to think that you have to, okay, we're going to randomize, and we will talk in 3 years. No, you have to keep talking, and many times a process evaluation at the same time is useful. Many times qualitative interviews or focus groups are always useful, and you might start learning from there. You can have take-up reports, process evaluation reports, etc., intermediate reports, and I think it's very useful to keep the interest. And also the people that are working with you need to show something, and not showing anything for 3 years, it's a lot. So no magic bullet, but I think some things.
No, that's very good. So far, we have talked about how to decide, what to do, how to deal with governments and with the management. So the question now is how do we scale up? No? So we have these impact evaluations that have an impact, and we have likely here at the IDB, for example, we have plenty. So the question is, Annie, why do some of these impact evaluations get scaled up and others don't? No? And if you have any good examples of when they do and what is the importance of scaling up these evaluations?
So there are probably many more, but I'll try to synthesize maybe in 4 reasons why evaluations may not scale. And these reasons will be intertwined most of the time. First, it might be that there isn't enough evidence, actually, to take something to scale. Maybe we need more evidence about something's cost effectiveness, the right delivery mechanism to take something to scale? What will be the impact at scale on the rest of the community, etc. Right? So it might well be that more evidence is needed. At IPA, we recently combed through all of the evaluations that we did and identified 14 best bets. So that's what we call emerging innovations that have some solid evidence behind it, like the growth charts, right? Great effect. But where more questions need to be answered for really pushing for scale. Right? So that's one reason. The second, and I think often the case, there might be a mismatch between the availability of evidence and the needs and the incentives of decision makers who might need that evidence. And it might be because of the timing and the fashion in which the evidence was shared. It might also be because of the lack of buy-in on the part of decision makers, reinforcing like some of what Claudia talked about, that buy-in is really key. And some things that weren't scaled before might get scaled when that buy-in gets built. So, for example, we had talked by email about the returns, the providing information about returns to schooling. There were a couple of evaluations showing that in different contexts, showing that when you share with students and parents information about returns to school, they're more likely to attend school. Now, that hadn't yet been scaled. IPA has been working with the Ministry of Education in Peru, together with JPAL, to help build an embedded unit within the Ministry of Education, MinEduLab, that's in charge of using data and evidence to inform policy. The MinEduLab led an evaluation of a Peru-adapted version of this approach, where they worked on a pragmatic way to scale that up. So in this case, they did it using videos in high schools with full-day class. The evaluation showed that it was quite effective, and the intervention was scaled, implemented in every high school with full days. And it was then adapted on TV with COVID, when they were worried that kids wouldn't come back to school after COVID. So the second is this alignment between availability of evidence and policymakers' needs and buy-in, and often it's really about building that buy-in. The third might just be, political, I guess, misalignment. I guess that's somewhat related, right? But going back to my first example in Ghana, we had evaluated a couple of different approaches to implement this approach of targeting instruction at the child's level. One was using assistance, the other was teacher-led. We found that the assistance-led approach was more effective. But the ministry, and in particular the teachers' union, was really not liking the idea of teacher assistance. Plus, it was implemented through a youth employment program that ended up collapsing because of a corruption scandal. So this is why we then worked to evaluate ways to strengthen the teacher-led approach, and that's what's now being scaled, right? So that could be a third set of reasons. And the fourth is, might be about funding, maybe funders or the Ministry of Finance weren't quite involved. So financial resources, but also technical resources, right? The ability to implement something novel, maybe the lack of an implementing partner that can help with that. But I think I'd finish by saying that more than things not scaling that worked, what's hardest is when we show that something doesn't work. Actually stopping that or descaling something is a lot harder for maybe obvious reasons, but something to really think about.
Yeah, no, totally. We have plenty of examples in when we tell governments that this doesn't work, and they're still investing on that. So I cannot leave the issue of scaling up without going to you, Nila. Clearly, that's your job. That's what you are trying to do all the time. So if you can give us. your views.
I think Annie has given some really good sort of reasons that things don't scale up. The political calculus is extremely important, political economy considerations, not just in terms of what governments do, what people's expectations of when government provides a service versus, there's this famous example of the contract teachers in Kenya, where when the government provided the service, it didn't work as well as when the NGO did it, right? So who scales it even is the question. So, complexities of scale, and this is what we do at YRISE, right, which is the Yale Research Initiative on Innovation and Scale. We have it in our name, which is to research these complexities of scaling, because something that works at pilot may not necessarily either work as well or may not work at all because of these complexities, which only come in when you run a scaled program, which you won't see. So if you run a program at small scale, it doesn't come under the radar of the political machinery in a way that when you run a program at large scale does. When you run a program, at very small scale, you can have really good implementation fidelity, which really drops, right, in terms of hiring folks. And here I just want to call out, yesterday I was reading something which said, in education at least, there are two kinds of interventions, but I think it's true for everything. There are what you call the complicated sort of interventions or complex interventions where you're relying on implementation fidelity, and these are typically your behavioral interventions, right? When you're relying on coaching, people don't scale well, right? That's the one thing, unfortunately, with human beings. We don't scale well. We're not consistent. The second category, which is the simpler one, is the delivery mechanisms. If you're just trying to, distribute something, a thing, or you're trying to get school meals into a school system, it's much easier than if you're trying to change the way teachers teach a program, right? The second one doesn't scale as well. So it's important to think about implementation fidelity as one of those complications. And then there is, of course, the issues of spillovers, which you might not be that bothered about when you're doing pilots, or it's okay. But suddenly these become really important when you're scaling up. So these are some of the complexities, and I agree with Annie that it's really hard to say when is this a complexity that we can try and overcome because we have so much optimism bias, and when is it something that we pull the plug on? I don't know if there's a good answer to that, but it's really hard to do the latter. It's easier to say, oh, let's try something else this time. So really thinking about these complexities of scale, political economy, of course, external validity, of course, spillovers, implementation. And the fifth one is this the right question even? So if you're looking at, say, training for entrepreneurial productivity, right? There's a certain amount of resources that go there, and that might be a really good program, but if the question is, does this lead to growth of the economy? So what is the program really trying to do? If the program is trying to get very small entrepreneurs out of poverty, that might work really well. If you're saying, I'm going to use this program so that we have an explosion of entrepreneurship so that the economy grows, that might not be the best program, right? So it's really important to think about what the macro effects are if you scale a program. Just because you have it with 1,000 people and now you scale it to 1 million, you're not going to get that 10x effect. You might need to do something else to get that 10x effect. So I think it's looking at these complexities that we need to think about when we're scaling something. And basically the point is they don't always arise when you're pilot testing, and they shouldn't, because pilot testing has a different objective from scaling something up.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So one of the things that we want to do here is at the IDB is improve public policy and change lives. And luckily, we have some examples of impact evaluations that we have scale up and so on. So, for example, Claudia, there is this program, Aprendamos Todos a Leer. That's one of our very successful programs that we have several papers. So it has had an academic impact. It has been scaled up by the IDB and the World Bank in several countries, in Colombia, Panama, Brazil. The IDB, and some of you won an international prize. We designed the impact evaluation. So it seems that everything came together, no? So what lessons can we draw from that experience?
So I think one lesson is that it's a very important one, is that you can do good research with policy-relevant questions. So there isn't a dichotomy. It's not like if you do something that is interesting and it's published and very well published, it's going to be something that is not relevant policy-wise. I think this is a great counterexample. Second, I think they show like this virtuous relationship between the researchers, the policymakers, individuals who were designing the intervention. So I wasn't involved in that impact evaluation, but it seems that there was very good communication among them, and everyone was invested in getting a good product out and getting it tested. And they had flexibility, so they started with one type of remedial education, and then they fine-tuning, and the second year they did a little bit different, the third year they did a little bit different, and then they went from going from the remedial education to teaching younger kids such that they didn't need to have a remedial education afterwards. So I think it shows that you need to have a lot of flexibility to actually fine-tune the interventions, and I think it's very relevant. If you're in the business of innovation, you have to be prepared to fail, and you have to be prepared to have flexibility. So you need this flexibility, and having like the government being able to be flexible and having the researchers for so many years working in the same project and getting this virtuous cycle, I think it's something that we should learn. And finally, the administrative data, sorry. So they have administrative data so that they have also the opportunity to test different things in a way that it wasn't so costly.
Excellent. So I think one thing that so far we have been talking about is working with governments, making them understand these issues, generate the management for the projects. However, we want to have a bigger impact, than the specific projects. So how do you see the interplay between how do we the impact evaluations we do and how do we communicate to policymakers to have a broader effect? So I don't know if, what is the experience of IPA, bringing the evidence to broader set of policymakers than the ones that were involved in the specific impact evaluations. No?
Yeah, and I think it's an important question where we need to balance what we've been talking about, but the need to share evidence broadly to a large set of stakeholders who could benefit from this evidence, and at the same time, the importance of generating evidence at the local level with the buy-in of decision makers who are involved in these programs, right? And there is a little bit of tensions there, but I think there are ways to reduce that tension to some extent, right? So we always, our mantra is share evidence to the right people at the right time. So I think that's really what this is about. I mean, of course, writing reports that summarizes bodies of evidence around team is really important. We need those, that's the what. But the how and the with whom is the whole process of sharing that evidence is as important as the content. And so I think engaging with decision makers at all levels, political as well as technical, identifying what are the priorities in this country, what are the right forums for sharing this evidence, and then taking advantage of this to share evidence that might be useful at that specific time. So I gave you the example earlier of the influencing the Kenya policy development process, right? This wouldn't have been possible if we hadn't been building those relationships for years, right? We can't just drop into this process and say, hey, I have a great idea, right? So we had to be there and understand what was going on and who were the right people to talk to. So I think that's one key piece, is sharing evidence to the right people at the right time. And the other piece is, and I think there are ways to engage government. You may not be engaged in a specific evaluation, but are there ways to engage governments from neighboring countries into what's happening in, let's say in Peru, right? Maybe to exchange groups, right? Knowledge groups, in ways that's a little bit more concrete and iterative than just sharing a report, right? And I think that's probably something that institutions like the IDB can help with. And the other piece is really about building cultures embedded cultures of using data and evidence, even beyond impact evaluation. And one model that we found quite promising is this embedded lab model. So I mentioned the Minedu lab in Peru, but that's the idea of IPA or other organizations working hand in hand with ministries to build embedded capacity within a ministry to use data and evidence in the form of a specialized unit, right? And that unit is then in charge of not only of figuring out what evidence is out there that could serve their needs, but also of strengthening administrative data for their day-to-day use. It could be to monitor programs, as well as it could also be useful for future evaluations. So we've been working on such embedded labs in a number of countries, in Peru, but also in Colombia with the Early Childhood Department, with the Ministry of Women in Peru as well, and other countries in other continents. But so I think that's a promising approach that takes a broader look than just impact evaluations.
Sorry, I'm not going to let you breathe here, but we are talking about providing information, no, and how we can change policy. One issue that now, the lines have been blurred very much is this, when we are all, for example, in social media, no, so we are all participating in social media, so the lines have been blurred in terms of what is the opinion of somebody, talking about an impact evaluation versus the opinion of somebody just, shooting from the hip. And so how do we deal with that in terms of, trying to affect policymakers when they are receiving at the same time, our advice, but at the same time they are receiving the advice on the information coming from all type of sources, probably not as reputable. So have you thought about that? How do we deal with that environment?
Yeah, you're talking to someone who is hardly on social media, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer this question. I'd love to hear the panelists.
Probably that decision also, tells something about it.
It's me personally, but IP is a bit more present. I think what's important for us as an organization is to stick to our voice, to be very clear about what our voice is and what we offer. So what we offer is we share evidence in an as objective way as possible, and then recommendations on how this evidence can be applied. But that's our voice, that's our lane, and people who know of us and learn about us know that, and I think that's helpful. That doesn't mean that this evidence can't be misinterpreted, and we have little control about that, but I think we stick to our voice and we're very clear about what it is. And in the countries where we are, we use our relationships to then help decision makers interpret that evidence. That's what we can do in a limited manner in this new world.
Given that you are a behavioral scientist, and now so and most of our treatments in the area are informative. Basically, we are providing information to people in many different ways. At the same time in which we are in the age of misinformation and mistrust, etc. So how do we deal, trying to do our job, providing information to people when there is so much misinformation and mistrust out there?
It's a very, very hard question. I think it's one of the biggest questions in behavioral science, right? And it's interesting, as someone who's trained more in the psychology of things and the economics, the way I see it is that there's no such thing as misinformation. There are only different beliefs everyone has, right? So in some ways, the information that I get, it might be completely wrong, not based in facts, but it is what, for me, that is reality. Perception is reality so, and that's the first sort of step in understanding that. Not that we have to say that your reality is the same as mine and we all have, there's no such thing as truth, but understanding that perception is reality is, I think, the number one thing. And it's so hard for us because we know we have the facts on our side, we know we are on this. And it's this kind of sort of fundamental misattribution error, right? When you look at something, it's like, you're stupid. When I look at something, there were circumstances that made me not trust this information. So I don't know if there's a simple answer to solving this except to get better at some of these sort of psychological biases which all of us fall a prey to. I think in terms of attribution, in terms of understanding how people process information, understanding the importance, the reason social media has become so, I trust an opinion maker. I mean, one is just the way in which media is presented. It's just an equal weight to everyone. It doesn't matter whether it's IPA, you get 140 characters and someone gets, so just psychologically you tend to think of all of those opinions as equal, right, even though they may not be. So just understanding how the design of information, gets people to believe in the source or that they're trusting of the information. Understanding the power of vividness in communicating that information. The reason that some of that information sticks, even when it's misinformation, is because it's much more vivid. Obviously, negative information is much more vivid than positive information. So the more we understand, like, what is it about this piece of information that's sticking, the more we can now, that doesn't mean, I agree, that doesn't mean our solution should be with, I think the previous panel, we should just all start tweeting and, let's try and do TikTok videos. Because that's, again, the solution, the end to some goal that we want to achieve, which is the goal of attention. So I see it more as, instead of saying, here's a simple fix for that, it's understanding what makes that information so vivid, so trustworthy, to that audience, and then trying to incorporate the same principles in the kind of information that we're giving out. I think one clear thing that we know from behavioral science is that if you repeat that information and then debunk it, that actually sticks, the misinformation sticks much more. So that certainly is. So we're learning a few things about how to counter that misinformation. I do want to say that the point about relationships, I think as we are bombarded with more information and we can't process it, the idea of going back to a default, to a trusted source becomes even more important, right? So in some cases, we're still going back to our family physicians to get diagnosis, or we go back to some trusted source. I think it's going to become even more important because as human beings, there'll be a point where it's too much information and then I'm just going to default to my trusted source. So if that's us at that moment, then we can seize that moment to be there.
Excellent, excellent. Let me just, just sell one of my latest paper on misinformation for anybody who wants to check it out there. Basically, what you are saying, just the way you present the information just makes a difference. But let me, I will not let you go, Nila, yet. You mentioned before the tech companies, and tech companies are becoming a major player in the field. We go to a job market; they are hiring, 30% of the PhD in economics graduates. They are exploiting data we cannot access. They give us all this envy. There is this, relatively recent John Lee's paper where we use 20 million Lyft rides. And we are sometimes struggling, with 100 observations, and they are managing 20 million observations. So how do you see the impact of the tech industry in the way we do impact evaluations? And is there anything we should learn and anything we should avoid?
I don't know about tech companies, but coming to, I read this really interesting study about, and this might actually be relevant during Knowledge Week, about AI and knowledge management at the Boston Consulting Group. So BCG is an elite consulting firm. They actually did this experiment with a professor from Wharton in which they asked 7%, they actually covered 7% of the workforce, and some of them got to work with your regular AI tools, your chat GPTs of the world, for a variety of tasks, analytical, persuasion, you write some marketing copy, vision, write something to get your colleagues to get around with this. So tasks that not necessarily just, so right from analytical to persuasion tasks. And they actually went to the client, so BCG helped to do this this work task, and they actually went to a shoe company and said, is this realistic? Would you ask a consultant to do this? And they said, yes. What they found there on all tasks, the teams that worked with, or the people that worked with AI did significantly better than those without AI on all of those tasks. And analysis, communication, you should read the paper, it's really interesting. And the way that it worked was that the worst performers actually improved their performance much better when working with AI versus there wasn't such a bump for the best performers in the system. So what it did was it elevated the quality of the entire sort of task, entire force of that consulting organization. It was really interesting to me because, we do this, what will AI replace? What will it not replace? And so Ethan Mollick, he's a professor, talks about sort of two models. One is a centaur model, right, where, you know what centaurs are, right? There's a half human, half horse. Here's what I can do, here's what AI does, I'm going to pass off those tasks. That's one way, and that's the way we should all start using it. The other model is what he calls a cyborg model, which is that here's AI does, and then I review it, and then, you know, I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to ask AI to do this other task, and I'm going to review it, and you don't know what's human, what's... Now, this is not to say there's more papers after that that show that there are some limits to this. People get lazier, they, you know, they trust the system so much that they don't bother to verify, so system, you know, information. But it's kind of interesting to think about the integration and what that might entail, and I think tech companies are doing it, versus trying to fight that and say, oh no, let's just try and be better or do that. So it does seem to improve sort of the quality of the workforce, and his thing is just do it, just start. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're doing it effectively or not. As you start to do it, you'll figure out what he calls the jagged edges and how to manage that. I'm not that optimistic, but you know, it's an interesting and provocative thing about, and I think that's the way tech companies have used a lot of these tools, right? And obviously, the biggest difference for me coming from the private sector to the public sector, there are many more constraints. So I don't think you can just take the example and say, oh, tech companies are doing it, we should do it. They have far fewer constraints. They can work in private. You know, they're not accountable to anyone. They can they can really fail, and no one will like really kick them out of a job as long as the end result is good. You have a lot more. We have a lot more constraints in the public sector. But this idea of sort of embracing this and trying to figure out and actually testing it to see if it improves productivity or not, maybe that's something we need to do even internally in our organizations.
No, I'm glad the organizers, you know, invited me, because I was going to do it, you know, to show it, but, you know, in the end I didn't. You know, I just went to ChatGPT, I put your bios, I put the topic of the conversation, and I said, you know, give me the questions. And I can tell you that the questions were much better than the one I have been asking. So clearly it was a bad idea, you know, for the organizers, you know, to introduce me. But it's a great topic to finish the conversation. This issue of AI clearly is the one thing that we cannot stop talking. Claudia, Annie, any thoughts about, you know, how we should embrace AI? What is the next frontier? What should we do?
I think we have to work with AI. There is no way not to avoid it. It's like using a calculator. You have to use it. And the question is like, what are the issues that what are the topics that we can give to AI, and what are the things that we can do? And like going back to like the impact evaluation, I think like we're not that far away from like having AI designing like a simple randomized control trial on sending information through whatever SMS and then analyzing back and writing the report. I think that's not that far away, and I think that's good. Like it's something that if it can be automated, we can learn a lot. But the more like difficult questions, the questions that need like implementation on the ground, field work, when you have to talk with the policymakers, define what is intervention, etc. Those are things that AI is not going to be able to do. So I think we still have work to do in the next 10 years.
I just have two very interesting, you should check it out, interesting examples of this. One is a project at Wharton called Nudge Cartography. And the idea is, you know, why should every time we do bespoke studies, if we could understand what the, you know, we do this manually, right, when we do synthesis of studies, etc. But the idea is actually to have AI like make some sort of Google Maps of the nudge study, so that when you're a policymaker and you're saying, what has been done in this space, what can I do, it can get there. Similar project in UCL is the Human Behavior Change Project, where again they've mapped all the different interventions. So I think in smoking cessation, they have enough interventions to actually map the characteristics of the interventions and to actually understand under what characteristics that works. So a lot of what we are manually doing, I think that's kind of interesting. And I wish like there are hundreds of RCTs, right? In some ways, it would be interesting to see what the characteristics of those impact evaluations are, the contextual variables. So I think those are two places. I haven't haven't seen, I think the Human Behavior Change Project is a little more advanced. The nudge cartography is still in its infancy, but they look like very promising, interesting examples, I'll put it that way. Interesting is a word that can be used both for good as well as not for good, so let's see where that goes.
That's very good. So Annie, how are you thinking about AI at IPA?
So I think Claudia and Nila shared a lot. But I think there are, broadly speaking, 3 areas where AI is already and will continue to evolve the field really rapidly. One is around collecting data, right? Of course, and we've already been using AI for years, right? Previous generations of AI, so machine learning or facial recognition to track respondents. When we go back to interview people, 10 years later to make sure we're talking to the right people. So the field of collecting data is going to change tremendously. In 10 years, are we still going to have live interviewers, like go and interview people in person, in households, in schools? And probably for the most complex type of interviewing, but a lot of this might be replaced by automated interviewing that's being done on the phone, right? And increasingly, we are doing a lot more mixed mode data collection that involves some automation, using sensors, increasingly, being a lot more sophisticated at analyzing administrative data, etc. So that's one area. The second is around research designs and how machine learning is already complementing randomized control trials by allowing a lot more nuances in our understanding of what works for whom, for example, right? So I can only imagine progress that can be made in research designs. And the third is around summarizing and sharing information with all of the risks and caveats that we have discussed, of course, right? Where we need to invest, so the tools will be there, and there'll be plenty. Where we need to invest as an organization is in the creative skills, the creativity and the innovation that's needed to leverage the AI as well and as effectively as possible, right? So we need creative minds to guide data scientists to apply tools to the right set of issues. We need to be able to understand which tools will serve our purposes and our questions best, right? So we need to invest in that capabilities, not necessarily in the development of tools that will happen. And finally, we talked a lot about the importance of relationships. AI is not going to replace the importance of relationships, which I believe is really at the heart of the ability of evidence leading to real impact. So we have to remember that.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Nila. Thank you, Claudia. Thank everybody here and everybody online. It has been a great pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Bienvenidos nuevamente, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Quiero hacer un saludo en español rápidamente a la región
Welcome back. Bolivia, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, all of you who are connected from our region, from the Caribbean as well. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm sorry if I didn't mention your country. There are lots of countries. Just greetings to everyone. I know it's hard to travel sometimes, but you are with us. We're very happy that you're all with us today.
Anticipated session of the day, private investment stands as a fundamental part of the development ecosystem, spearheading innovation and fueling creativity. It is only fitting that we dedicate an entire session to unraveling the intricacies of attracting private investment to address our development challenges. Leading this insightful panel, we have Aitor Escurra, Chief Investment Officer at IDB Invest. Alongside him, we have a panel of experts, including Fahim Aliboy, Managing Director at JP Morgan Development Finance Institution, Elvira Erlings, Chief Investment Officer, ILX Management BB, Joseph Enriquez, Head of Resources Mobilization at IDB Invest, and Juan Pablo Raffetto, Head of Infrastructure and Project Finances LATAM at MetLife. Let's extend them a warm welcome and resound round of applause.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aitor Escurra, Chief Investment Officer of the IDB Invest, and I welcome you today to the private investment session of this Knowledge Week, where we are going to be talking about attracting private investors to address the developmental challenges that we have in our region. Let me make some introductory remarks before we go and start the discussion with the panelists. Since 2016, investment needs in the countries in LAC have continued growing. To give you a quantification of these investments, let me give you some figures that are significant in terms of magnitude, according to some experts. To achieve the SDGs by 2030, the region must invest a minimum of $2.2 trillion in infrastructure in the next decade. In terms of MSMEs, they face a credit gap of $1.2 trillion. And to close the digital connectivity gap that we have in the region will require approximately $68 billion. So on the other side, during the same period of more or less 10 years, the volumes of asset under management have been increasing also, and also has been increasing the appetite for sustainable finance from these investors. Let me also give you some figures, some numbers there. Global assets under management growing from $73 trillion in 2016 to a peak of $112 trillion in 2021. Last year in 2022, this number was reduced by 10%, more or less, to $98 trillion. Still $98 trillion of assets under management for private investors in the world, and many of them related to sustainable finance. No? Now, on one side, we have the sources, and the other side, we have the needs. But the problem in LAC that we have been facing is that there is no real connection between what we see in terms of the assets under management of private investors and the needs in LAC. To give you another number, the gap in LAC is only representing 1.6% of the global volume of the green bond issuances in 2021. 1.6, that's nothing, it's a very small number. No? So why we are not able to attract? Incredible barriers that we are facing in the region. Barriers that are related, some of them to the public, some of them to the private sector. What we see is a limited number of bankable projects because they lack efficiency, or they lack sustainability measurements, or they lack fiscal balances. We also see gaps in transparency and integrity. We see gaps in rule of law, in conflict resolution mechanisms. We see regulatory frameworks that are not sufficient. sufficiently developed to promote the greater use of capital markets, both at the international and the local levels, limited institutional capacity sometimes on the part of the sponsors that are developing the projects. Finally, a limited number of investment-grade economies, which you will hear today during the discussion, that is a significant part of what investors are looking for. In today's discussion, we will attempt to tackle the topic for how the financial innovation from private sector can accelerate the investment with impact in LAC. The emergence of sustainable finance represents a large untapped opportunity. There has been a lot of knowledge generated by the creation of innovative structures like B-bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, blended finance, something that at IDB Invest we have been working very hard on developing those markets in the last, especially 6-7 years, and all of them addressing the needs that we have to put on the market in order to attract investors. So now I have the pleasure to introduce to you 4 panelists that are bringing expertise on private sector investment in developing markets. To my left, I have Fahim Aliboy, JP Morgan, Managing Director and Global Head of Multilaterals and Developmental Institutions. Joining us upstairs in the screen, you see Elvira Erlings, ILX Fund, Chief Investment Officer. Also in the screen, you have Juan Pablo Raffetto, MetLife, Head of Infrastructure and Project Finance for LATAM. And to my right, our own Joseph Enriquez, IDB Invest, Head of Resource Mobilization. So let's go with the questions and discussions then. I'll start with you, Fahim. First of all, congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you.
Very well deserved. But until then, you were heading the developmental finance institution within JP Morgan. Can you share with us what has been the motivation behind the creation of the DFI at JP Morgan? How has been the evolution during the last 2-3 years of the DFI for JP Morgan?
No, thank you for having me, Aitor, and it's a pleasure to be here. And you're absolutely right. The JP Morgan Development Finance Institution is why I joined that organization. It's my baby that I'm kind of, it's grown to be 3.5 years old now, and I'm taking on a new role, but staying very close to it. I think JP Morgan really saw an opportunity to do more in development finance based on 3 factors. The first is that the firm has a very large and local footprint across the globe. It has businesses all over the world, and it really sees the emerging markets as the economies of the future. But it also realizes there are many gaps, right, in infrastructure, access to finance. And so how could we do more in the emerging markets was the first driver to kind of setting up the DFI. The second is that we, like many other financial institutions around the world, are very much understanding how we need to align to 2 major global agenda. One is the Paris Climate Accords, and the second is the SDGs. They both have 2030 deadlines and targets, and we as a firm have decided to align ourselves to these 2 agenda. So that was the second motivation. And the third, actually, we're an investment bank, we're an intermediary. We have clients for whom we raise money, and the people we raise money from are institutional investors. And we could tell that our institutional investor base was asking for more in ESG and impact, right? They wanted to have more data, more information. And so that was really those 3 things, do more in emerging markets, the global agenda, and hearing our investors was kind of the reason that we set this up. So what we did is actually we worked with IFC at the time to bring IFC's impact methodology to JP Morgan. And we applied that methodology to JP Morgan transactions. These transactions tend to be different. They're not just loans or equity investments in companies. First of all, we can work with sovereigns, SOEs, and private sector companies, so that makes it very interesting and much broader. And what we did is we helped them tell their development narrative, their impact narrative, to the investor base and to their stakeholders. And that had never been done. I think the product that's been out there has been green bonds, but as you noted, there are very few happening in emerging markets. So we said, what would happen if we had them tell their stories to investors? Would we get more of an uptick in demand for those deals? So that's what we did. And we've now done over 51 transactions where we have been what we call development finance structuring agent. About 60% of that have been in bond transactions, but we've done loans, guarantees, even some derivatives. So it's really been nice ECA-backed transactions as well. So that's basically what we have done. And to your question on what we've learned and how it's changed over time is that we started doing it only for bond deals because you could have public disclosure that the market wanted to see, but we saw that it could be used in a wide variety of transactions. Secondly, geographically, we started doing more in what we call CEMEA, and now it's swung much more to LATAM, which is apropos to this conversation. And I think the third thing is that we thought this would only be driven by the investors. But what we saw is that our clients, our actual clients, the people who we're raising the money for, they were so taken by this methodology. They wanted to tell their impact story. They were keen to report on their KPIs. So this became a product not only for investors, but actually for our issuer clients as well.
Okay, yeah, it's a very important thing, not only for you as an institution, but also for the clients in terms of showing what they're doing. No? And then let's go from a very important partner of ours to another one, Elvira, but with ILX. Elvira, ILX was created early 2022, I believe. And since then, very early, we started working very, very closely with you as IDB Invest. So that relationship has become very close. We know each other very well. But because of being that young organization within this world of impact investing, maybe the rest of the audience doesn't know you that well. So please give us a little bit of a snapshot of who you are as ILX.
Thank you, Arthur. It's my pleasure. I do hear a bit of an echo.
We hear you, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. And indeed, we are a bit new kid on the block, so it's my pleasure to explain a bit what ILX is and what we do. ILX is the Amsterdam-based asset manager that enables the co-financing of MDB structured projects in emerging markets on behalf of institutional investors. In our case, specifically on behalf of Dutch pension funds in our ILX Fund 1. And that co-financing takes place via so-called B-loan participations, euro-dollar loans, where the MDB remains the lender of record, obviously is a relationship manager towards the end client, keeps the so-called A loan, but syndicates the B loan tranche to ILX, which has the same terms and conditions, maturity than the A lender. And this partnership between ILX and the MDBs, like IDB Invest, provides the Dutch pension funds with direct exposure to highly impactful transactions that have strong ESG safeguards, strong contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically what the Dutch pension funds were looking for. These transactions have solid credit credentials, have decent returns. So that was our strong belief that we should match that desire of the Dutch pension funds with the mandates of the MDBs that also strategically have chosen to mobilize more private sector capital into their transactions and offer bigger support to their clients. So concretely, indeed, ILX has been supported by the UK, German, and Dutch governments in its startup phase. And as from January 2022, indeed, we had our first anchor investor coming in, APG, Europe's largest pension fund manager, who committed $750 million to ILX Fund 1. And in the summer last year, another pension fund also joined us, bringing the total commitment to over 1 billion for ILX to invest alongside the MDBs in emerging markets. Up until now, if I may, we have invested almost half of that 1 billion, 500 million, over 20 projects across sectors, across the globe. With IDB Invest, we have already co-financed in providing loans to financial institutions, renewable energy projects in Colombia, Dominican Republic. And we hope to co-invest in at least 3 more this year, bringing the total amount of co-investments between ILIX and IDB Invest over 100 million. So we're super grateful and happy to have this partnership in place to bring private sector institutional capital to the Latin America region and open up that asset class to our investors.
Thank you, Elvira. And let's go to Juan Pablo now. Juan Pablo, MetLife has been one of the few US-based insurance companies that has been always active in a region, in Latin America, active from the point of view of an investor. No? Could you tell us a bit more about what is the history behind, what is the footprint of investments that you have, especially in the infrastructure sector, which is what you're specializing in?
Hi, Aitor. Hi, Joseph, everyone in the audience and my colleagues in the panel. Pleasure to be here in this event, virtually. So I think it's a good story there. Very interesting how we got, as you say, a very important presence in Latin America, and which as part of our global, let's say, presence for not only the insurance part, also the investment part, and then obviously into the infrastructure side. So I'd say back in the 90s, I'm not an expert on MetLife history, but can tell you what I know. I've been with MetLife since 2006, sorry. And at some point in time in the 90s, the company started expanding into outside of the US, into obviously there was in Europe, but then moving into other countries, other regions in the world, acquiring local insurance companies and pension funds. So since late 90s, I would say more investments in the business side, in the insurance side in Latin America. There was also an acquisition from Citi of the travelers business that also brought some assets in Argentina, other places in Latin America, Chile, Colombia, and then eventually later in the 2000s we also acquired Alico from AIG, also including new operations in Latin America and Colombia, Uruguay, other places. So in parallel, we were also investing from the US into the region. Initially, I would say public bonds, the more plain stuff, I would say, on the corporate side and sovereign side. But as we grow up more and more into the region and also in expanding investments, we as a company, as a group, we're very focused on credit underwriting and really doing the due diligence process very deeply, similar to a bank, let's say. So MetLife started opening up regional offices for investments in the different regions. Initially, Latin America. So we had a U.S. regional office for investments. We had a European one. We had one for Asia in Hong Kong, and then it was open in Latin America, which was initially in Buenos Aires back in the early 2000s. Which then, with the crisis in Argentina, the default, and then combining the fact that we started growing very fast in Chile, acquiring Santander business in Chile, the local insurance business. Then we moved the office to Santiago, where I'm here right now. So then, as we were growing the investment office as well, we started first investing in project bonds, local project bonds, coming from the insurance side, particularly the Chilean toll road deals, some of social infra assets in Chile, Mexico. So, having different operations across the region, local operations, that was initial investment. Myself, I took care of that role since 2006 and tried to develop that, also coming from banks, in the case. As we start investing more and more in infrastructure, we also start seeing project bonds on the cross-border side, working for Reg S transactions. And then, deeper into the sector, we start doing some syndicated loans with project finance loans with local banks in Chile, Mexico, as well. And finally, the sector is more active for me right now. My focus is private placements, which we start doing jointly with the U.S. team into the region, so cross-border dollars coming into Latin America. And again, we teaming up from Chile for the region, doing transactions on the private placement side, so fully private deals, long-term transactions in general, but also loans in dollars. And that's where we started doing transactions with ADB as well, particularly in Uruguay initially. The first renewable transactions, the first B bonds there, that really met our needs in terms of format. And we can talk about that if you want more in detail. So we run the whole gamut of transactions from local currency, public, and then moving to cross-border and also cross-border private deals. And growing a lot there. And again, different. I can talk more about which are the zip codes, which are the places, what we need to invest, because as you said, many of our peers are not so active in the region or don't have local presence. We try to combine the best of both worlds, which is having local regional presence, knowing the local sponsors, the local banks, local regulations in the different countries, with our global muscle, our global expertise from the US and the different regions. And we have basically coverage of everything that's going on globally in the fixed income side, particularly the debt side, and we try to use that to get the best decisions and the best investments for our clients, and both our own general account, but also for our third-party clients as well.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. Pretty good coverage of the geography, but also the product range. Let's go with Joseph now. Joseph, you have been behind IDB Invest success in terms of mobilization. In 2016, we were mobilizing, but the numbers we thought at the time that were fantastic, $800, $900 million a year. But now this year, you and your team with the rest of the investment officers, you have been able to probably reach and surpass 4 billion. So basically more than multiplying by 4, by 5 almost the amount of mobilization. Can you talk to us a little bit what has been behind that, but not from the volume point of view, because there is a lot of qualitative changes that you have been able to do with your team. Tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you very much, Aitor, and it's great to share the stage with some of our close partners that have been part of this success. So when IDB Invest launched in 2016, we realized one thing, that to meet the challenges that the region was posing to us, we had to radically expand the number and types of investors that we work with. Traditionally, almost all of the mobilization that we did was with commercial banks, international commercial banks, or with other development institutions. So to no surprise, in 2016, all of the co-financing that was done, all of the mobilization was done essentially through two products. The B loan that Elvira talked about earlier, and parallel co-financings that we were doing with other development institutions. Fast forward to today, we are offering solutions to our investors through 9 different instruments. So in order to do that, we realized that if you want to work with institutional investors, you have to adapt to what they need. So as we looked at how do we tap the capacity, whether it is in the institutional market or in the credit insurance market, we needed to come up with new products. And that's what we've been systematically doing over the years. So first one is the B bond that Juan Pablo mentioned. To date, we're still the only multilateral that offers that product, which is essentially taking the traditional product that we had, which is the B loan structure, and converting it into security to tap institutional investors, because many institutional investors do not have the capacity to invest in loans. They need to have the product structured as a security. So we started with doing private placements, and Juan Pablo and his team has joined us on a number of those. And these are transactions that, when we talk about private placements, these are buy and hold investments. And traditionally, that market is one that is for investment grade. So we've done a number of those deals in Uruguay, since that is an investment grade market. But in order to take it to the next level, we needed to come up with something even bigger. So we developed the next generation of the B bond, which is one that can be placed in the 144A market, which is a much more liquid market where investors can trade in and out of the position. So we were able to do our first transaction in the 144A market this year with the Liberty Costa Rica transaction, a $400 million transaction and then we just did our largest transaction ever from a mobilization perspective, one that we did in Chile. And again, MetLife was part of that, and JP Morgan was one of the book runners. So combining a lot of the partners here, which to date we've reached 1.1 billion with a target of expanding it further to 1.6. Also, what we've done is significantly expand our use of the credit insurance market. We realized there was a huge untapped capacity within the insurance market. But what they don't do is they don't fund. So what they do is we fund the transaction and we turn around and we contract insurance from them. So we pass on the risk to these investors, to these insurance companies, and work with them on that basis. So, and then also looking at local currency solutions. We're just scratching the surface with local currency, but that's going to be the next paradigm for us.
Thank you, Joseph. As you can see, a lot of innovation in IDB in order to continue developing products in order to attract investors. Let's continue with the second round of questions with you, Fahim. JP Morgan has been one of the first investment banks to address development finance as an asset class recently. No? Where and what did you see as the barriers in order to continue growing this asset class, especially within the circumstances that I was talking about before, no?
So I think this picks up very nicely on what we were talking about earlier, is that we saw a lot of opportunity for emerging market clients to tell a sustainable finance story, but the market was not responding in the same way because it was based on ratings, sustainability ratings, ESG ratings, and these companies or sovereigns just did not have the infrastructure in place to get rated, to provide data, update data, and there tends to be an income bias. There tends to be also a definitional issue. So when you talk about governance, are you talking about transparency, or are you talking about how many women are on a board? So there was, a lot of differences there. And I think that the other thing we've seen, and I think your statistic is so telling, especially in a region like Latin America, of how few green bonds, which became the proxy for ESG or sustainable finance, is being done in the emerging markets. So today, about 60% of green bonds are done in developed markets. More than that, 85%. And of the 15 that happens in emerging markets, 60% of that happens in China. So it's really a proxy for size, right? Many continents, Latin America, Africa, do not produce that many CO2, if you think about it, right? They're not huge emitters as well. So the number of projects you can have, because the green bonds are really focused on mitigation more than anything else. So we said, what can we really do to help our clients tell a broader story, sustainability story that beyond green? So that was our attempt to capture impact as an asset class. So here what we've tried to do is tell the holistic story. So it's not about only how much money you spend on something, so not just the use of proceeds, right, on a certain project, but to say how many megawatts are being produced, how many households are being connected, how many jobs are being created both directly and indirectly, how much inclusion are you having? So just basically to be able to tell a broader impact and sustainability story beyond just the green, which had become a little bit more standardized. So that's what we've been really trying to do in making impact as an asset class. And in our world that we come from, development impact as an asset class. And I think this kind of has been dovetailing well with two other phenomenon that's happening. It's slower, but it's happening. They say there's about $35 trillion of ESG assets right now, of which 1.5 trillion has a direct impact stripe. And we've seen, impact becoming a little bit more mainstream. The likes of Blue Orchard has been acquired by Schroders. Responsibility has been acquired. Goldman Sachs Asset Management bought NNIP. So we're seeing a little bit more of that happen. And those impact-focused investors care more about stewardship and reporting on KPIs and on the trajectory and the direction, not just to penalize a company if they do better or worse. Right, which is the SLB or the sustainability linked type situation. They want to know over time what is the direction of travel, just as you do in financial reporting, right? How are your revenues growing? Why is your EBITDA flattening? It's not about if you hit a certain target, you get kind of an incentive. But that's another way of doing it. So. And then the third stream is regulation, of course. I think there are more and more markets now where there's regulation around impact. There's fears about, greenwashing or ESG washing. So there is a push from regulators also to report on impact on a regular basis. And so these three things coming together, I think, have compelled us to say, hey, can we create principles that the market can use and that clients can report on? So that it is easier for investors who do care about this double bottom line to come into these transactions.
Yeah, I like the concept of development not only from the point of view of green, the E part, but also the S, and also measurement of how that impact is going and how you're working with the clients to make sure that there is a gradual increase in that impact. No? So let's go back to Elvira now again. And talking about developmental finance as an asset class, you at ILX, you exclusively work with this particular asset class. That's your bread and butter. What makes this asset class so attractive for your pension fund investors? I guess it's not that easy to convince them, but you have been able to do it. And how have you been able to make sure that they come to you instead of continue doing the stuff that they were doing before? No?
Yeah, thank you, Aitor. I think the magic bullet here has been data, which was not an easy journey to admit. So what the ILX team mainly did in its setup in the earlier years of the setup of the team, they studied a lot of the credit and loan data of the MDBs to counter the perception that was still there amongst institutional investors about investing in private credit in emerging markets. So the ILX team reached out to the MDBs, studied over a time period of 30 years the performance of the asset class, of the development finance as an asset class, and found that the performance of this asset class has been very much comparable to other sub-investment grade alternatives that the pension funds already had exposure to in their portfolio, like high yields, emerging market corporate bonds, government bonds, leverage loans. So the performance was very much comparable, but also showed much lower volatility in its performance over those time series, showed much higher recovery rates, much lower credit losses than these alternatives. So I think that has been key for the ILX team to show to the investors. If you have already appetite for sub-investment grade in your portfolio, this asset class is a stable addition to your portfolio that yields very decent returns. And I think on top of, and I very much relate to what Fahim just said, we were able to show to the investors that by investing in this asset class, together with the MDBs, we also have a lot of non-financial data that we could share with the investors. How much megawatts are being produced, how much emissions are being avoided, how many jobs are being provided, how many loans to women are being provided in the markets in which we invest. So I think that combination of showing to the investors that this is a decent asset class that can stand on its own feet, can provide for a lot of non-financial data, which maybe as a final point also, Arthur, we were able to show to the investors we do not need any kind of blending, no guarantees, no first loss structures, because this is a decent asset class that can stand on its own feet, has decent returns. So not to say that blending does not have a role or a function. We strongly believe we should use those scarce resources to open up the markets where we are not yet willing or ready to go, to support higher risk technologies or other kind of more higher risk assets, but not to crowd out private investors' capital that is willing to invest alongside the MDBs in their transactions. So I think data has been very much important to convince the investors next to the non-financial contributions of the asset class.
So Elvira, this is a beautiful story because it's not only about the fact of feeling good, how some of these investors in the old times used to say, okay, let's make an investment in this company, in this emerging market in order to feel good and show that they were doing these things. It's about the money. It's about the fact that the perception that these are markets that are difficult and most of the times you're going to lose the money is not going to happen. I mean, there is evidence and data that if you do right credit decisions, it's a right thing to do for investors. No?
Absolutely.
Juan Pablo, you were mentioning before that you are active in places like Chile, like Peru, like Uruguay, where you have done transactions with us. And what are the other markets where you foresee that you're going to be going into? What are the factors that you need from institutions like us, like IDB Invest, for you to go into other markets, other smaller countries, other more difficult countries in some cases, no?
Yeah, sure, Arthur. Yeah, so first of all, we cover the whole region, Mexico and below, all the countries. That's my mandate, our mandate for Latin America. Obviously, for our asset class, for the private credit, private infrastructure debt, we focus more on the investment-grade countries, obviously because of the correlation between, rule of law, stability, long-term horizon of the IG countries compared to the lower-rated countries. Although we know, Latin America is volatile, things move around. So in general, that correlation stands, which is, trying to do, again, illiquid in those countries and then leave the more liquid transactions, such as the one mentioned by Joseph, for the one for the private market, which has more liquidity. You can, if you change your mind on the country, you can buy and sell different points in time. So yeah, you mentioned Uruguay, you mentioned Peru, mentioned Chile. I would say it has been mainly supply driven. So it's not that just we say no, we want to do first Uruguay and then Peru. It's mainly because of the opportunities that happen in different parts of the region. But I would love to see deals coming from out of Mexico, Panama, Colombia. We also, beyond the IG countries, we also focus on, I would say, double B type countries, or double B countries. One we like a lot is Paraguay. We've done the first private placement in infrastructure side there a couple of years ago. So by general, we open to most countries. I would say it's tougher for us to do the B countries and below, given what I mentioned. But again, my peers on the public side are able to look at those. I mean, also myself, but in general, our clients want for liquid transactions is more the IG or close to IG profile. And then, if you want, I can talk a bit about what I like about the transactions we've done with you, or the formats, or what the ideal private placement for a B bond, for example, or we can do it for later as you prefer. So.
Yeah, be ready for us at IDB Invest, pushing you a little bit to the limit to see how you can maybe hopefully enter into some other countries. But the message is very clear. It's the investment rating that the country is in sometimes is the threshold where many of these investors cannot do anything. No? Joseph, we've been hearing about ESG. In the old times, when you were mobilizing, syndicating, it was called in the old times, credit was the particular issue and pricing, the economics behind the transaction. But now ESG is also a concept that you are introducing into the discussion, and that many investors are not only interested, they are demanding that kind of information. No? So tell us a little bit about it, how you're facing that with the discussion with investors.
Absolutely. I mean, as a development institutions, of course, ESG has been within our DNA for our entire existence. So it's something that we've always practiced. So of course, we're a natural partner for a lot of these investors that are seeking ESG investments. Now, I thought you pointed to something early on. Before we were talking about credit metrics, et cetera. Let's be very clear. That has not changed. That is the key driver. So without the proper risk return, we're not even touching the ESG discussion. So it may have the best of impact, but if the transaction does not hit the risk return hurdle for these investors, they're not going to do it. So, I mean, but it's been an interesting evolution, particularly with the commercial banks. And Fahim, you pointed out as to what from in JP Morgan, as you started the development institution, it was driven by what you're getting from the investors. And we got the same thing because we started just for our own sake years ago when the SDGs came out. We said, okay, let's try something different. So within the information memorandum that we prepared, that we sent out to all the banks, let's tell everybody, what SDGs are being met. So because typically they want to know the credit parameters, but we're not getting much questions in terms of ESG. So suddenly it's kind of like, okay, well, tell us more about which SDGs the transaction meets. And then fast forward to now the regulations that have been introduced. We have a number of investors, European investors, ILX being one of them, that adhere to SFDR regulations 8 and 9 in Europe, where the requirement on these investors to show that they're speaking truth to power in terms of the ESG investments required them to get a lot more data from the investors. So it has become a much more fluid dialogue, where in the past our investors would have never spoken with their ESG and impact measurement teams. Now they are a key part of that dialogue with the investors.
I'm laughing because I think it was like a couple of years ago when we brought some investors to discuss precisely many of these topics that we're talking about today with some directors. You were in that meeting, Fahim, and I remember that one director was asking the investors that were there, and the answer was not from Fahim. The question was, okay, if you see that there is more ESG in a particular transaction, if there is more development impact, are you willing to pay less for that asset? And related to what Joseph was saying, credit is number one, and we want to make sure that based on the rating and the credit, we pay more or less. We don't pay less because of having more ESG. We're just expecting that to be there now. No? So it's a nice new dynamic. No?
And if I may interject, Aitor, so we've had the sustainability-linked loans and sustainability-linked bonds, which oftentimes, in the case of loans, oftentimes you have a step down in case that the borrower meets certain performance criteria. In the case of bonds, it's typically you get a little bit of the concession up front, and if you don't meet them, it bumps up. That also, it's not a concession that people. This is market driven. So when banks are looking at a sustainability-linked loan, they're already thinking 2 steps ahead as to what happens if the client meets this hurdle, and we have a price step down. That price step down needs to meet the RAROC, the risk-adjusted return on capital. So that continues to be part of the equation.
Yeah. Fahim, continuing on the discussion with ESG. Some of the ESG investing lately has come under a lot of scrutiny, mainly related to greenwashing. how are you dealing with this particular situation within JP Morgan? You were addressing some of the topics before in your first intervention, but maybe you can get a little bit deeper on how to address this particular issue as your institution.
Yeah, I do think, in like other things, some of it is valid, right? Because we do need to provide more information, more data. This is going to be the theme of this this panel, perhaps. And the other, some of it is politically, where political winds lie in certain, geographies. But it has made an impact. These accusations of greenwashing, and some clients are saying, is there enough benefit to doing a green bond, for example, that I will undergo the scrutiny afterwards, right? Or shall I just do a plain vanilla bond and not deal with that because I'm not claiming anything extra? And I think this also has to do with the question, and it comes back to what you were saying, Joseph, is there a real pickup or premium? Are you getting a pricing benefit of doing green or not, or doing sustainability? And that's still a question mark. I think it's been proven out in certain cases, mostly in developed countries, but it's not consistent, that pricing benefit. But what I think we can say is that hopefully it's bringing more demand. So it's bringing larger checks, and I've seen that as well, is that if there is a deal with that sustainable finance, et cetera, angle to it, someone might be willing to do a bigger allocation, right? Because they have money and fund. So I think what we're trying to do is sharpen the pencil, right? And I think that a lot of what was being critiqued in greenwashing is that we were only telling the positive story, and the additional money being spent, or what you would achieve positively, but to also spend some time looking at the negative impacts and doing a net negative kind of assessment, right? To say, look, this transaction definitely has benefits, but it may also have, negatives to it. It might have some environmental, aspects that, it might require people to be resettled, what have you, and to be able to tell that full story of the positives and the negatives to the investors. So I think that's one thing that we need to improve on, and that's something that we're doing in our impact disclosures, is to look at kind of a net positive, not just tell the rosy story. So I think this is a big part of what you're doing. Then, as I said, is consistent reporting in a way that investors can access. And this is where I think platforms like what you have with the Green Bond Transparency Platform, et cetera, are very helpful, and hopefully can be expanded globally and to do more than just green, and I think you guys are leaders in that space, is to say we don't want to have to, investors are saying we don't want to have to run to every single deal, open up the deal doc, see your reporting, click on the website each year. We want a standardized place where we can find all of that information. So I think that that's a second thing, to kind of have third-party services then to verify data would be another part of helping against greenwashing as well. So I think these are all the different things that we can do, right? Consistent, standardized data, eventually have verification. Mostly people are fine with self-reporting. And also to look at the net positive is very useful. And the last thing is people are now saying, listen, it's really nice to ring fence these assets and say you're doing something green, but then you can have Ecopetrol do a green bond, right? And so they're saying, can we now look at the issuer as well? And that doesn't mean that an oil and gas company or a mining company can't do positive things, but people are saying we also have to be realistic in looking at the whole of the company at the issuer level as well, if we want to be honest with the net positive of the story.
Very valid points, are very comprehensive, and the way you're looking at this aspect. Yeah, thank you. Elvira, we are extremely excited the way ILX has been growing and growing so quickly ever since a year and a half you started operating. And we would like to hear of what is next. What are the next thresholds that you're going to continue trespassing, and how are you going to continue growing?
Yes, we hope to do much more. So we have invested, as I said, half of the 1 billion that was entrusted to us. Next to doing a lot with the IDB Invest, we're also transacting a lot with other MDBs. And we believe we have a portfolio of investments of around 800 million by the end of this year, meaning that we have almost come to our 1 billion of commitments that was granted to us initially a year and a half ago. So we're in the midst of fundraising for our next fund, ILX Fund 2, that we hope to have a size of 2 to 3 billion, which is not a goal in itself, but we strongly believe that our business model is scalable. That there's an enormous pipeline of transactions that fit the appetite of our institutional investors in the Netherlands, but also we're talking to pension funds in Denmark and Sweden and have the exact same appetite for these investments that we are having in our portfolio right now. So next for us is hopefully in the first quarter of next year, the launch of our second fund. But also inspired by the conversations that we have been having with Joseph over the last year, we are making amendments to our current setup to also be able in our next fund to consider investments in B bonds, to study the opportunities to provide local currency funding, because I think especially these two products are in great demand in the Latin America region. And it's our strong belief to also bring institutional capital into these products. So that's what is hopefully in store for us soon.
Very exciting, Elvira, and looking forward to see how we can help with that. And talking about B bonds, Juan Pablo, you were mentioning it, how you were participating in some of them. Joseph was getting a little bit deeper into the different types of B bonds as an innovative product. But now, before I was giving you a hard time, now is your time to give us, as IDB Invest, a little bit of a hard time. What else can we do as IDB Invest in order to continue introducing new products, in order to start addressing the needs that you see in investors like you, or the other investors, because you are an asset manager. I mean, you have a very good visibility of what other investors that you're managing their money for are looking for, no? So what can we do as IDB Invest to continue attracting that money from investors?
Yeah, no, sure, Aitor, that's a very good question. I would say that, first of all, on the core product you have, it's a very, very good product. So really, the ones we have done together as partners, in different ways, sometimes with an agent, sometimes with a direct deal, sometimes with a club deal. Really the bond that we've been doing Latin America hasn't been offered by any other multilateral, which we haven't seen them that looking at it. But I think it's really taking that product that works for us internally and just doing it in a big bond format. But in essence, it's basically the same private placement that we do in the US or in Europe or in Latin America without the IDB umbrella, but just within the structure. So that's a really very good format for us. We like the tenors, the fixed rates, we like the make-whole protection. We like that it has mainly the rated transactions, but you can do unrated, but in general, the rated. So I would say the one thing that's important is to continue having this closeness as partners and you showing this very good track record in the market of dealing with investors and with issuers. I think some of the concerns that coming from I would say from back in the 90s, when there was some sovereign crisis, you saw some transactions that weren't B bonds, were B loans, were more having some wanting to work out, and then there was some concerns that maybe the roles there from the multilateral was going to be different from the role of the investor or the view or the decision making in a consent and amendment process, even in a workout, which we haven't had so far, luckily. So I think if you continue to show to the market that you are thinking the way we think, and as Joseph was saying, the credit work comes first, and that one hasn't changed. So that is very important because our committees ask about that, our investors ask about that. So I can show them, we've been working together for many, many years, and it has been a great track record, very strong decision-making process, and in general, no issues. The other thing that, and going in line with also with the panel, is we have a huge ESG focus right now, and we do have special teams dedicated to that, applying policies and improvements to our processes across the board in investment. So, and as also Joseph mentioned, you always focus on ESG from day one. So, to the extent you can share with us material, reports, due diligence on the ESG, to assist in our analysis and transactions, that's great. And actually, that happened in Peru, for example, that we did last year. Where you share with us your ESG assessment transaction, and that was very helpful for us to get our ESG approvals and analysis in place. So that's important. And then, I think it's not know that we have like a maximum amount or a budget to do it. We can do whatever makes sense to us and to our clients in the region. So working together in finding transactions in different ways, it's key. I think we like the umbrella you provide, and as for some cases, it's even more important than others. But in general, we like it. Both on the given the tenors, we go very, very long in some of these countries, so 20 years, 25 years. So that is important to have the umbrella there. It's a good feature, I would say. We can do it without it, but in general, in some places, it becomes very important, a very desirable feature. You have tax savings for some of the transactions of the countries, in general, because of the chart that you have. So those things we value, and also the issuers value. So that's why the company, the debtor, I would say, or the issuer values. And speaking about the issuer, if I were the issuer, one of the things that would obviously focus is in cost effectiveness, the fees, all of that, the time frames for processing and for approvals. Those are the typical things that the CFOs focus on when they issue a transaction. So I think we work together and try to make this as with you and everyone as efficient as possible. But that's one of the areas where I think it's something to continue working on in the future.
Yeah, I think it's a matter also of we know you very well, so we know what deals we can bring to you, and that you're not going to have a big issue at understanding and analyzing. But at the same time, in order to see how we can push the envelope, I guess we can involve you early in the process of structuring a transaction to see if, with your support, we can eventually get your credit committee approvals. No? And a variation of the question to you, Joseph, as VidInvest 2.0, we're going to continue growing, and the expectation of attracting more and more investors and increasing our mobilization program is huge. Where do you see the key elements for that growth? Where do you see the key elements to continue bringing more investors into our transactions?
I think for this one, I'm going to go back to something that Elvira mentioned earlier in her intervention. It's data, data, and data. So the perception of the risk that many institutional investors have about investing in emerging markets in general or in our region specifically is very different than the reality that we've had at IDB Group. I can share with you that we've conducted studies, we've looked at our portfolio and its performance over a 22-year horizon, and over 22 years, the expected loss on our portfolio is around 70 basis points. To put this in perspective, this is the measurement of a solidly investment-grade portfolio. And we know that our region is not investment-grade. But we need to do a better job about communicating this performance to the market. Not just us. I think all of the MDBs in general need to be better about communicating the performance, and that's something that we ask of. There's a consortium called GEMS. They manage all of this data. That data needs to become more public because oftentimes people may take the solution of provide for more first loss guarantees First loss guarantees are fantastic, but you cannot first loss guarantee your way out of this issue, because taking the number that you said, if there's a $2.2 trillion gap to meet the SDGs, conservatively speaking, if you put a 10% first loss on it, that's still $220 billion. There's not $220 billion of first loss out there. So we need to do better about truly communicating what the risks are and get people comfortable with that risk.
Yeah, and this is a concept that I think has come across the intervention of the four panelists. How to make sure that data, either because of credit, either because of transparency in expressing ESG, either because of presenting it to the pension funds or to other investors, clear, transparent data is key in order to continue attracting more investors. With this, we are done with the time. Thank you very much to our panelists, and a big applause to them, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our distinguished panel of experts once again.
Thank you.
Without a doubt, you leave all of us with valuable learning about private investment in development under the new trends of the global economy. What a fulfilling and enriching way to conclude today's session. And can you believe it's only the first day? We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow holds another exciting day ahead, exploring the realms of equity and quality. We'll be addressing the crucial question, why is evidence and the exchange of lessons learned vital in scaling social investments? Join us as we continue these vital discussions with world-renowned experts and top leaders. Before we conclude, and this is especially for you if you are there online, a couple of important notes. Your opinion matters, and of course your opinion matters too, I'm not saying, for our audience over here. As we strive for continuous improvement through lessons learned, we're eager to hear your thoughts. We highly value your participation in our survey, which you can access by scanning the QR code on the screen or following the link provided in our social media chat. Your input helps us become better. And don't forget, by attending all Knowledge Week sessions, you can earn digital credentials. As mentioned earlier today, these credentials are an open digital recognition tool to certify your participation in this event, whether online or in person. At the end of each session, you will have the opportunity to receive one and become a part of our dynamic community. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has joined us today here in Washington, D.C., and online, of course. It's been an absolute pleasure being your master of ceremony today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Looking forward to see you tomorrow. Have fun today. Enjoy the city.